Fuck. Here we are. Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. This show was supposed to be on Thursday, but here we are. I will get into that in a minute. Joining me tonight for this disaster is Reese2753.
Hello.
And Footnum. All right, and Greenline.
Present and accounted for, unlike Footnum.
Right, and Random Woman.
Hello.
All right, you know what?
Thanksgiving
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
to the Canadian people.
Hey, I just watched the ping cord actually tagged everyone and let them know that we're live, so that's good to see that.
And Reese has his phone right next to his fucking microphone.
It's actually on the other side of my my laptop, so no, it's not right next to my microphone.
All right. As you can see, I've been quite sweaty today. This has been a disaster of a day. A disaster of a week, even. So the podcast was supposed to be on Thursday because that's when it was going to be most opportune to do it. And my wife, or actually Dan, let me know that he's coming back into town. And I was like, oh, shit, that's going to complicate things. And then my wife asked me, because, you know, her Dan's mom was texting my wife, too, because they want to have dinner. And she asked me about my availability next week. And I was like, on the one hand, that's not going to complicate this week's podcast, which I had planned to do on Goodbye FDM on Thursday. But it does complicate actually having dinner with Dan because I work every day that he's back in town. And then it turns out he's back this week. So it's like, fuck, well, I guess that day I was going to do the podcast. Let's have dinner instead. Right. So then it's like, okay, well, then I've got to have to fucking get through this shit as quickly as possible. Right. In terms of getting the show out. And I go out to get pick up my wife from work and go to the chiropractor yesterday and do all that shit. And then as I'm coming home from the chiropractor, it's like, okay, let's run to Costco real quick because we need some, you know, food supplies and whatnot. Just like the bare minimum, get in, get out, grab a pizza so that we have dinner. And urgent, immediate turnaround needed for a video for my other job. So it's like, oh fuck. Like I was literally trying to come home as quickly as possible in order to get back into articles. And instead it was like, sorry guys, I'm going to stay up all night rush editing a video. So anyway, here we are, disaster zone. We are going to try to like literally I'm sick of having a podcast every other week. That is not working for me. It has become too much of a norm, and I'm breaking that cycle because I can't fucking do this. And then I get a call from my boss as I'm freaking the fuck out about getting the podcast ready for tonight. Tomorrow's route, biggest route in the history of the company, and I need to get to work early. So this is going to be a disaster. And forgive me for being late. I went to pick up my wife from work, which I thought she was getting off at 5:30, but then, of course, 6:30. So we have to do the show at 7 again, just like last podcast, which is a fucking disaster. And I sit there for 20 goddamn minutes and I cannot get a hold of her. I actually have to go into the store to find her because for some goddamn reason, even though she's clocked out, she's still working. So anyway, here we are. Let us jump in. How is everybody doing?
All right.
I have a headache.
Oh, wow. Make it all about you, why don't you? So I'd like to draw attention to something because it's been such a disaster. Oh, internet died is back. Hello, Footnum. So I want to draw your attention real quick to the Viz Media timeline because I cannot believe I have not gotten this updated to where it should have been because like the last freaking comment about it was ages ago. And I have plans for an update to the layout, which is why I've taken my sweet time with it, on how I'm going to improve the, basically loadability of the site and your ability to utilize the information on the site in a more effective way. So that you don't have to scroll through as much to get the different areas and stuff. But yeah, the last comment was May? Is that it? Oh, geez. July 3rd was me asking questions about it because I got hung up there. Anyway, so yeah, July. Now, look, I want to show you guys something real quick. This is the doc that I organize everything regarding the podcast in. And so do you see that these podcasts are not green? And these are not green. This indicates that the timestamps have been done. I was doing them comfortably every single week. Like boom, done, no issues. And life has gotten to be too much. I am sorry to say this has just not been easy. And part of it, by the way, is the fact that this is the days between podcasts, right? 13, that's 2 weeks, 2 weeks. Anything more than 7 is 8 is, that's a day late. Like, we did it on a Monday and then we did it on a Friday. I don't know why 2 Thursdays. Oh no, Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday, did it on a Wednesday and then did it on Thursday. So that's 8 days, whatever. Not that big of a deal there, right? 9 isn't that big of a deal either. Anyway, but the point is 18, 17, 11, 17, right? It's been a little much, and I'm drowning here, right? So I am putting in more effort keeping the show going than realistically the show is worth at this point, right? And this is a common thing for me to invest more into the project than the return. So I'm just trying to bring up here that well, to put it simply, the timestamps are still getting done, right? But the problem is that because there's been so much time, this is the number of articles covered, right? And you notice that they get more red as they get higher. The higher number of articles, the more timestamp chapters, right? And the more timestamp chapters, the more characters are being utilized in the description, to the point where I can't actually fit every timestamp. So some of these timestamps are basically done, but I've run out of characters and have to decide now at some point what chapters can be joined together to a longer chapter in order to make a more important chapter that is currently being used as a placeholder title that's 1 character long. You know what I mean? So it's gotten quite a bit overwhelming, and I'm trying to break that cycle by doing a podcast tonight just to take care of some crap that we would definitely have to talk about next podcast, but not have it, be a 2 weeks worth of articles podcast with this extra crap. So anyway, I would just like to say, I am dreadfully sorry that the Vic Mignogna timeline has not gotten updated. It is something that I still want to get back to, but we've had all sorts of shit when it came to podcast 200, where we thought, we were going to lose our Facebook page, and that was going to yeet all the documents, and there was all that shit that has gotten in the way. So I'm just basically, what I'm saying here is that continuing to host the show has been very, very hard. And I am asking you to join the goddamn Patreon, because if you are getting any value out of this, literally $1 a month is $12 a year. And that means something to us as we're going here, because lately the show ain't been doing so good in terms of highest viewership we've ever had, lowest earnings we've ever had. So figure that one out. And it's been hard. Okay. So anyway, that's there. Please support us in whatever way you see fit, because honestly, it's been really hard to keep the momentum going as all of this is going on. And as things are changing in my life, it's just like I'm battling every single week to continue to do this. And eventually I'm going to burn out, because I am not having a return at all for the added effort. And there's so much stuff I want to do. Like when we do for example, the Ultraman asses, or that podcast where we did the intro where we were women, all that shit takes time, and it's funny as shit. And I love doing it, but it takes time on top of compiling articles. And my 2 day jobs, all that shit I got to do. So I'm just saying, I want this show to get better and better and better. And it's going to take support from the viewers for us to get there, because as things are going, I'm losing more and more of my time. It's getting harder and harder to do this. And so I just want to ask, like, begging on my knees, whose dick do I got to suck to improve our funding on the show? Because we're at that point. Anyway, you can also support through the Anime Collector Patreon. But like I said, like, this is just not a priority right now, because even though I've got a lot of content I could be releasing, every single day off I have is devoted to the podcast, because otherwise, if I take even one day off, well, that's how 18 days go by, 17 days go by, 17, like, that's how that's happening, is taking a day off because I'm burnt out, and then being like, fuck, I should have taken that day off. We're not going to make it in time. Push the show. Fuck, I need an extra week now because of all the extra articles that came in that I got to decide. And I'm a bundle of stress right now. So anyway, without further ado, let's move on from here.
So would you say it's accurate to say we're taking dick sucking applications currently?
I think there might be something in terms of service that says I can't do that. Also, I've noticed that I forgot to change this, because that's just one more thing that's constantly on the, like, oh, we got to stay up to date on our weekly change of this. So Reese, if you want to come up with one, you can. Anyway, but there's more ways to support us on the website at ocapodcast.com/support. And once again, if you make these your bookmark for Amazon or Right Stuff or whatever, and then just go to that bookmark, like, you don't even have to think about it anymore. It'll be super easy. Anyway, thank you guys for that. So let's get out here, and let me move these back to my other window. And I've got news. Somebody commented on the last podcast regarding our coverage of the Mob Psycho 100 Kyle McCarley thing, and I have not had a chance to respond to that comment. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think I'm going to get to it anytime soon, the comment. So if you're watching, I'm glad to see you've returned, and I'm hoping this will somewhat give you an idea of sort of our stance on these things. So first of all, I want to point out that on Anime News Network, I couldn't help but notice that, because I looked this up throughout the week, it says Chris Niosi as Reagan, right? So Chris Niosi is returned to voice Reagan in spite of being previously a union role and all that crap. And just before that, like, I've got a Wayback Machine archive over here to show you that previously they pointed out that Jason Lebrecht was the one who was replacing Kyle McCarley. I'm like, Eric Carl. Why can't I come up with the name? Yeah, Kyle McCarley as Mob. Yeah. So previously it said Jason Lebrecht, and when I last had looked at it, I don't have an archive of this, but when I last looked at it, it said Jason Lebrecht as Shigeya Mob Kageyama, and then it said the other name that's down here, the Christian Eros, without it being attached to who the character is, right? And then I was shocked, because I thought, oh, well, let's talk about the cast list, right? Because that's a big thing. Now that the episode's dropped, let's take a look. And then I come here to find that not only is the cast list not here, like, there's only 2 names, which is what it was previously, but to my immense shock, one of the names has changed. Like, previously, they had Jason Lebrecht, right, showed as, oh, this is confirmed the person who's replacing Kyle McCarley. Now they've completely removed him and just shown off that Chris Niosi is reprising his role. So I don't know if this might indicate that Crunchyroll has worn down due to the pressure, because as I want to show you here, Kyle McCarley said, judging from some of the replies I'm seeing, some anime fans are growing tired of the ones who are still asking for Crunchyroll to sit down for #just a meeting with SAG-AFTRA, tag. If they're tired of it, imagine how Crunchyroll and Sony Pictures feel. Oh, if fans are sick of seeing this shit, imagine how Crunchyroll feels. Keep applying that pressure. Let's wear them down. Is that not clearly what he's saying?
Yeah.
Like, he's literally saying to the fans, Keep it up. We're winning. We're gonna force it down their throats. So I don't take back anything I said from last podcast. Just to be clear, though, because I didn't address the comment, it is a joke when I said that he's not even convincing me he's excited. That was a joke, right? I know that it was a serious matter, but he's like, I'm excited for this. I was like, you're not convincing me. Anyway, but yeah, so I just want to say that he's clearly positioning himself in such a way to weaponize his Twitter followers in order to get a favorable contract for himself, and I just find it disgusting. Now, I would like to point out somebody in the I don't even follow Kyle McCarley, so I wouldn't have even known about this had one of our viewers not posted it in the article submissions on the Discord. So thank you for that. I think it was Smart Geek 97. I'm pretty sure that's who it was. Not using your name on Discord, but your YouTube name, if I got it right. And I noticed they pointed this out. Said this was the response I received from Crunchyroll after filing a complaint. Seems they're changing tactics. Any opinions? So basically, they said this is Crunchyroll's response. Basically, we're very sorry to hear that you are disappointed by the news on the dubcast for Mob Psycho 100. Blah 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 blah. And then they offered them 50 free days. I would like to gift 50 days of Mega Fan to your account to compensate you for the trouble you experienced. So basically, Crunchyroll is bribing people with Mega Fan, whatever the fuck that is, in order to compensate them over the fact that they're upset the cast change happened. And again, as I said before, screw Crunchyroll, screw Sony, screw Funimation. But I really just, I don't like the idea that these celebrities who think that they should be paid, quote unquote, a living wage because we only work 4 hours on a whole season, are using their fan bases in order to literally bully a company into paying them more. I just find that disgusting. Especially the way they present it, where they kind of convince you, like, we're in this together. # just a meeting. We're doing it together. Oh, keep the pressure on. You guys are amazing. Woo! And in real life, it's, Kyle McCarley's like, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. It's kind of how it feels to me. Anyway, do you guys have any thoughts on this?
I mean, apart from that, do we want to go over the actual reveal of the cast listing?
If you have,
we don't even have a review for cast listing.
Well, sorry, not cast listing, but I mean the
your speculative. Who is it?
The one that we hear with our ears, if you will, the unofficial. So Shigeo was replaced, as we already saw, by Jason Lebrecht, and as Brad put, the most important role came back, so we are saved.
Everybody else can eat a dick. Reagan is secured.
According to Random 11's ears, the one chick in the Supernatural Club sounded off.
Tomei Kurata, I think her name is.
Who was previously voiced by Charmelia, I believe, and now she's voiced by I don't know who.
It sounds like Jessie from fucking Pokemon.
Michelle
and
Knotts?
The voice, I don't know if it is, but that's what the voice now sounds like, and it does not fit her character at all. It is out of all the characters in the first episode that I saw, they all seem to I don't remember if they're different or the same, but none of them stand out as oh, that's But her voice was the one that was it stands out for me.
I'll tell you what I remember. So, Mob's family. His dad sounded like I remember. I'm pretty sure that's what he sounded like before. His brother is voiced by apparently Max Middleman or whatever. And after I remembered who voiced him, I'm like, oh yeah, that does sound like Max Middleman. So we got that. Dimple.
In the wrong channel.
You definitely know if Dimple was replaced.
He is not replaced. It's the same dude.
It sounds like we basically got the bulk of the cast coming back, regardless of this whole unionize thing. So clearly the union, the contract was good enough for the other guys, I guess.
Yeah, and they probably
remember he claimed that they were willing to pay more than his union contract would have gotten him with union scale, meaning they were going to pay him enough that he would have out of pocket the money he would need to pay for, health insurance and all those things if he wanted to, his retirement, like they were willing to go above and beyond to keep him. And he still said, no, I want the fucking meeting,
Yeah, so effectively he's put up a fit and he's like, well, you see, I'm not gonna come back, and I'm sure none of us
the bad guys.
I'm sure none of us will. And then he's the only one sitting on the bench on the other side of the the arena being like, well, crap. Hey guys, you want to come back over here? So yeah, that's just kind of interesting. But at the end of the day, as a fan, as a consumer, I'm glad to hear the cast is like basically the same. So then when I watch it, I'm not going to be super jarred like I am with Takagi going season 1, season 2, season 3. Like, I wouldn't say they're all completely different, but the third one is still pretty different with a lot of the side characters. But yeah, from that perspective, I'm pretty satisfied. And also, Jason LeBrecq sounds pretty good as Mob. Like, he's pretty good at the soft-spoken character, and
Pretty
it's not
good.
a terribly
In our
difficult
private
role
messages,
to fill in anyway.
In our private messages, FDM's like, I don't even care. He's going to be better. And then he's like, I watched the episode and can confirm was correct. Jason LeBrecq is better than Kyle McCarley, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm underselling it. Well, yeah.
So anyway, real quick, I did get a notification. I would just like to thank Lishansky for taking my call to action to heart and helping us on Patreon a little bit. I apologize for the immense autism that happens at the very beginning of the podcast sometimes, because just generally speaking, you want to kind of be in here and talking and warmed up before you go live, and then it's like, all right guys, I'll be back in 3 minutes. I just got to go pick up my wife, and then 40 minutes later you just bust in the door. You're like, oh my god,
going live
start the show! Oh! So anyway, yeah, that's the thing. Now real quick, I just want to address how stay tuned, we'll get there. And then Akiba Madeware. Damn it! It's like that was on our. Should we cover this? Should we not cover this? Should we cover this? Should we not cover this? It's very violent, apparently, regarding Akiba Madeware. More violent than the poster we previously covered made it look. Let's see. So I want to just pass through these. Crunchyroll wants to go back and fix their shitty simul subs for One Piece. Really? Oh, won't go back. I thought it said want. No, you're right. They won't go back and fix their shitty simul subs for One Piece. Seriously, the subs have alien heads and women bathroom symbols. Crunchyroll ain't worth the mega fan. Mirage Leonardo 84 says, shout out to Reese for helping out on Lupin the Third. Yeah.
No problem.
Everybody suck off Reese. I need to go back and rewatch Bleach so I can catch up on 1,000-Year arc. Last thing I remember finishing is the Bount filler arc way back. Wow. Last thing I remember was the girl who turns into a cat, because I haven't gotten out of the Soul Society yet. Anyway. All right. Okay. So let's see. Where's I going with this? Are we into pickups already?
That's what
I updated the header thing on the site for you.
Oh, let's refresh it.
I hope you like it.
We might, because I approve. Oh.
That's why Reese is holding up a gun. He's like,
the real reason Lishansky
Stuck my Glock.
the real reason Lishansky is like funding the page is like, well, if they're gonna suck dick. All right. So anybody got pickups? I've got pickups actually. Let me go first.
If we had done the podcast Thursday, I probably would have pickups, but I do not. So next
I'm not at home, but I would.
So that thing that happens where your bank account gets real low and you're like, oh shit, I'm in turbo budget mode. And then Right Stuff says, email from Right Stuff, shipping confirmation. That's exactly what happened to me. So let me show these in a particular order. So I think these are the oldest things I was waiting on was Sasuraiger. That was, I probably should have held it up way closer.
Put that
And
in a box and sell it in 10 years.
Baxingar. I don't think these are going to be worth anything. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's going to matter. Somebody was like, I bought the what was the other one? It's the one that Acro Bunch. Acro Bunch. I bought Acro Bunch for like $80, and then it came back in stock for $40. And I'll kill you. I kill you. So anyway, let's see. So I also got To Be Hero. There might be a theme you'll notice here on the fact that despite my lack of funding, I was like, no, I fucking need it. Even though I just said they probably aren't going to be worth that much. So yeah, To Be Hero, To Be Heroine, also from Discotheque. And then Danny, this one goes out to you because we were talking about this. I did in fact pick up The Princess and the Pilot, even though I'm pretty sure I already had the release from that other company that one time. NIS America Standard Edition. Also picked up the Phantom Ship. I'm sorry, Flying Phantom Ship.
That face he's making is too good.
And Lupin the Third, Dead or Alive. So there we go. And I'm happy to note that Lupin the Third does not have rounded corners.
Yeah, Brady said they were going to keep the movies and specials square cornered.
Thank you for helping out with Lupin the Third, Reese. So then, in thing I'm most excited about so far, Shadow's House finally arrived. So I'm really looking forward to watching that in the next 15 years when I get around to it. And then the thing that I spent the most money on, because I think it was Danny let me know that it was listed as last chance on Right Stuff. The Vinland Saga.
Oh, that's
look at
oil.
shiny.
Nice.
So the Vinland Saga LE, which
looks like a Legend of the Galactic Heroes
Looks a
art
little
box, like the
lopsided.
inner ones. Just
Why
like
does
the
it-
Legend of the Galactic Heroes art box.
Off-centered.
yeah, it looks real off-centered. Well, all right then. And then
Well,
here's the
Patreon
other-
exclusive tip, that one.
I don't know. It was last chance. Who knows?
No, you go through the other store.
Yeah, the eBay.
The one that sends the one that's right down the street that sends you stuff next day.
Restuff. Fate Grand Carnival also arrived, so I get to watch what's her name, Osaka Bihime, speak Japanglish. So I'm looking forward to that as well. All right, that's my pickups. We are making record time. I don't think we've ever gotten to pickups this early. Lance also picked up Copycat Fate Grand Carnival. Oh, apparently I can't just arrow key that. All right, that's it. That's the Fate Grand Carnival. And then is this part 2? Jeez, season 2. I
Yeah,
have not.
season 2,
Yeah.
part 2, limited edition.
I still haven't bought season 1, part 1.
Well, too bad because it's out of print.
Yep. Jason South was finally able to get these at a good price. Okay.
I have no idea what they are. I'm going to assume.
I'm guessing that's
Based off
the
the covers.
Japanese copy of.
It's,
No? Is this
Uh,
the Blu-ray?
FDW,
Yeah,
you
All
got-
6.
it's the Blu-ray for whatever this is, which I thought was Shimonetta at first, but now I'm thinking, oh, it's probably not.
FDW,
All 6
Oh, it is
volumes.
Shimonetta. That is
FDW
Shimonetta.
What?
got cucked because that's on Twitch.
I'm talking to Lishansky
Oh.
Haha.
Wow.
when he said,
Double.
anyone need it?
Oh, when was
Wow.
that? How far is that back?
I'm very happy.
There's
that
timestamps in the comments. You can
These are
read.
100% safe for YouTube. So I'm just going to put in this now. Podcast 20. What are we on? 206? 207?
20
Oh yeah,
206, yeah.
where is it? Lishansky has pickups.
Alright.
My pickups, like every Mecha Discotheque release.
Ooh. So here's the thing about the whole I have no money and am drowning right now. So,
Yeah, he already has it.
So I would love. No, I don't have part 1, dude. I have
You have season 1.
no.
That's what you're saying. Season
Calm
1,
down.
part 1.
Calm down, Reese.
You do
I have
both
season
parts.
1, part 2.
You have
Twice.
both.
I do not.
I guarantee you.
I do not. I was an
guarantee you.
idiot and I bought the limited edition, and then I bought the standard edition of season 1, part 2.
I'm pretty sure you have.
So I
both
have
parts.
2. No.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Well, we go back and forth all night.
Thank you for helping out with the loop on release. All right. Anyway, anybody else got pickups you want to share before I move on?
I got one that I'm not going to bother showing. I was given a red PS4 controller. Ooh.
Wow.
And as stated before, I'm probably getting a pickups
Does it
Thursday,
look-
so I will
Does it
have
look like
pickups
this?
next week.
No.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
I don't think you can get that kind of thing with plastic when the entire thing is red.
Don't give him a challenge.
This comment from Stan came in at like such a perfect time that I feel like it's impossible he was actually saying wow to this, but that's my head canon. Anyway, all right. Okay, let's in Kickstarter news, Broken Beat, the project Kickstarter loves because they have shitty taste in fake anime, is well beyond its goal and going strong. Actually, did it finish? No, it finished it on October 8th at $13,388 out of their $10,000 goal. Still don't think it's enough for man and former Toei animators to actually produce this thing. So I bet you they fuck off with it, but we can stick around and find out. Anyway, in Plantopia news, because thank God this is also done, right? No, 13 days left. Holy crap. We're going to cover this again 2 podcasts from now. Jesus. Still going and didn't have a DVD tier, so why are we still covering it? I don't know. Oh no, our boy. Still at $0. Offer still stands despite my financial troubles. Get him halfway, I'll fund the rest. Anyway. And then also the crowdfunding for Make a Girl anime film project reached its goal of 10 million yen. So we previously talked about this a little bit. It's the full CG one that is being done by one person. So it met its goal. Amazing that this reaches its goal when a perfectly incredible hand-drawn animation cannot
From an independent artist.
cannot even get a single fucking dollar. Has literally 1 yen worth of donations. Anyway, all right. In convention news, Anime New York City announced Studio Trigger is going to have their staff as their guest of honor. So if you're in New York City, you can meet. Not
Is the
she's
anime
not gonna be there.
NYC already over?
No, convention to be held on November 18th to the 20th.
Okay.
You're thinking of New York City Comic Con.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Calm your fucking tits, man. Thank you for helping out. All right, so in streaming news, first of all, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean anime reveals final part with epic new visual. So Netflix is going to be streaming the final part on December 1st. So that thing we talked about last podcast was not a ruse. It was true. I mean,
Well, we all knew it was coming.
We knew it was coming eventually. But it's cool that we were like on the nose right away, giving you this breaking news before we got this other breaking news about the date. We are amazing. It says here the final part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Stone Ocean will contain episodes 25 to 38. So Reese, is that 14 episodes? Is that what we discovered?
14.
Yeah. So and we were talking before that is more than we expected.
Like
Or
the first 2 were 12 episodes each. So now we're getting 14, but it's basically 38 because part 4 and part 5 are both 39 episodes, and 4, 5, and 6 are roughly the same length in manga wise. So it lines up perfectly with it's going to be a good.
So they're not going to skimp. Cool. Right on. Because I'll tell you that Battle in Egypt, I feel like they really dragged that on.
Battle in Egypt was 48. So it was an
Oh
extra 10
god, that was
from the other.
so painful to get through.
Well,
too,
get ready
because-
for part 7 because that's probably gonna be 48 too.
Well, it's like you could probably do it well, but I really felt like they were dragging it out. Lishansky asks, "Is Viz making any more JoJo LEs?" My guess is no.
Well, they have to make more, license more JoJo.
Well, it depends on the question whether you're talking about reprinting old ones or new ones for part 6. We need that clarification.
If they get part 6, I'm certain that they would make LEs. But
Yes.
as for restocking the LEs,
No.
I'll put it this way: Viz has historically had like limited editions that just do not go out of print. Like you can still buy the first Sailor Moon limited edition, as far as I'm aware.
So, as far as this, we don't even have confirmation that Viz has a license for the anime yet.
Or we'll even get it. Just watch
Well-
Sentai snatch it up like they have everything
Oh,
else.
that would be the worst goddamn thing ever.
And then redub it.
So I'm just gonna throw this over here so I can access it.
But if
So-
they got the Rohan specials and brought Vic back, then I'd
No.
watch it.
I don't think they'd do that.
Oh, they wouldn't, obviously. I'm just like,
No.
Okay, so Stan is talking about. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna move this over here. Da, 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 da.
Reese, you're moving stuff around your mic so much it's making
I'm
it
not
hard.
removing anything
How
around
dare
my
you,
mic.
Reese?
Like I'm
If
literally.
you hadn't helped with the Lupin release, you wouldn't even be on the show.
Okay.
So Stan is mentioning that I love how the studio that owns Chainsaw Man spent a huge amount of money to have broadcast their video ad on several buildings in New York City. Do you mean did they do that for Chainsaw Man? Or are you saying that the company that owns
I would
it
imagine that
is
would be
the one-
Crunchyroll behind it instead of Mappa.
Yeah, well, I believe Crunchyroll was behind the One Piece thing here,
Yeah,
which I
that-
wasn't going to share tonight, but now I am. So I don't because it's going to not even make sense to cover it next podcast.
Yeah,
So this was
there's
this
your
was the
answer,
plan.
Random 11. I win.
Oh, don't worry, Random 11 gets some humble pie in the next.
Well, we'll get to that, but that is not true. I eat no pie today. It was all on Sunday.
Cream pie.
Oh,
Pumpkin
whoa.
pie for Thanksgiving.
Pie.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, happy belated Thanksgiving to our Canadian viewers.
Pumpkin pie sucks, though.
All right, and then there's also this. This is the actual like how it ended up actually looking. For an hour, it took over Times Square for an hour. How much do you think they spent? Like $100 grand? Just seems
It was worth it.
excessive to me.
How
Really?
many screens do you see?
You know what would have made it worth it is if instead of starting the way it did, it said the One Piece is real.
There
On
are a
every single
lot of
screen.
TikToks out there that are
they should have had the
doing
one
just
right
that.
there in the
they
middle.
they composited it over all the
No,
screens.
they should have had the one that's in the middle, the really tall one, just be Nami spinning around in circles in her bikini for an hour.
How much could you actually see of Nami if that were the...
not
Yeah,
everyone is a 14-year-old man child, okay, Reese? Jeez.
Wow. Is that the best you can do?
Oh, look, it's Nami spinning around in her bikini. Anyway, so that's what happened. This thing that actually occurred. I covered it. You're welcome. I was on the fence about it. But
Lots
here
of
it
people
is.
there. It
Yeah,
was
it's
to
like I felt
promote
like
Film Red.
yeah. I felt like there
I'm
was
I'm thankful that our supreme leader allowed us to celebrate this year. I mean, what?
also in Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War news, there is no binge. Only episode 1 dropped after it got leaked, apparently. So and it's only in Japanese. So get cucked all around.
No
you know
dub.
what, Random 11?
I was not
Maybe.
wrong.
Maybe you will get to binge the dub.
I
Maybe.
bet the dub is going to air on 2 dimes.
But I would just like to confirm that I was not wrong. Okay, I read the schedule correctly. The website that posted the schedule was incorrect, obviously. But I prefaced that last week. I said it could be wrong, but if we're reading it as fact, then it would have been the entire season. But
I'm just
clearly
gonna
not.
Go ahead and...
So we can save the podcast magic for other things.
All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and open up
Why you in last week's doc?
on
Listen
purpose.
to the words he speaks.
Maybe shut your whore mouth and listen for once.
Keep your
I'm
goddamn
seeing
efforts in
if they
discotheques.
updated it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My hearing is
nope,
so good.
Stick to Lupin, Reese. No.
All right. Anyway, they did not update it. Okay, so here we go. Let's pull that out. We are making record time. It's almost like we're gonna be at the place we don't want to be at early. Oh, that's definitely gonna happen. Fuck. We're gonna be there within an hour. All right. Anyway. Oh no, I skipped. I was supposed to do this one next. Shice. I should have just waited. All right. In theater release news, One Piece Film Red tickets are now on sale for North America, Australia, and New Zealand. So, if you want to see it in Australia and New Zealand, it's coming out on November 3rd, and the United States and Canada on November 4th. So you can get the tickets now. The release
And
is
now,
days
after the New York Times Square thing, everyone will want to go to it, and it'll make so much money, and maybe they can afford to, I don't know.
Look, I like anime.
Do something better with
No.
the
Fuck.
anime.
Seriously, no, I like anime. But if I was in Times Square when that occurred, I'd be like, oh, One Piece. Oh, what is this? The 10th movie? Yeah, I'm going to pass because I haven't started it yet. Oh, how long is this anime? Yeah, it's over 1,000 episodes. Oh, fuck.
That's why
can't go
Oda
see the
came out-
movie.
No, that's why Oda came out the other week there and said
That canon doesn't matter?
It starts now.
How did he come out last week? Today's the official day
I
it's
didn't-
coming out.
I didn't say last week. I said it the other week. It was like a couple months ago now, actually. But
Regardless, today's the day of coming out, not last week
No,
or 2
it's
weeks
National
ago.
Coming Out Day. Is
oh,
what he's getting at. Anyway.
okay.
Wow, I guess every movie comes out today.
Not in Canada, bitch.
So One
That's
Piece
every
film,
day in Canada.
Get this. One Piece Film Red gets theatrical screenings with audio commentaries by the creator and director. Is this for Japan? Yeah,
Gotta
screenings
be.
in Japan will include. So you got to hand it to them. They found a way to pump those numbers up. Like, seriously, literally the only reason why you would do this is to get people who already saw the movie go back and see it again. You probably got a good 10% of your viewers went back and saw it again to see it with the Oda and director Taniguchi commentary track. So that's the thing. I've never seen that before. Have you guys? A commentary track in theaters?
No.
Not
God,
No.
can you imagine if they tried to bring that to the States
there's
too?
this thing called riff tracks, so it might be something similar, but I don't know what riff tracks actually
But can you
is.
imagine? Can you imagine trying to do this in the States, where it's like you have to go to the movie and see it with subtitles for what the director is saying, right? Anyway, all right. All right, let's go back to comments. So
Imagine if you go to the theaters and watch that version by mistake.
Actually, no, it wouldn't be subtitles for what the directors are saying. It'd be like are you saying for like in the English theater?
yes, in the U.S.
Okay, yeah,
theaters.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reese is getting his dick sucked. That's what those the source of the mic noises was. And what does Canada have to give thanks for? Oh, geez. Yeah, Lishansky's right. If your Nami thing was there, lots of jizz to clean up on Times Square. How does this podcast stay on YouTube, but Rekieta Law gets pretty much yeeted? We fly under the radar, my friend.
He
We
also
only have 5 views right now, so
I
it's
love
like
how
Don't expose us.
I
Our
love how
secrets.
all the topics that everybody's like, no, we don't need to cover that. I'm going to veto this article. You don't have to talk about Rekieta Law getting banned because his channel's already back up. And then everybody's like, I want you guys to talk about this. How is this a thing? You know?
he would like to play it close to the edge, and he got attacked for it. But he's back, so it's good now.
Here's the answer to what happened with Rekieta. All right, and let me just.
I mean, if you want to just send it, I mean, you can go over it. But he did just do a big interview with Viva Fry tonight that explained basically everything. So
here's what happened. Rekieta was the victim. Fuck, God damn it! Where's the one I'm screen sharing?
You should have
Rekieta
made a GoFundMe and cried on camera.
Rekieta, earner of $700,000 from YouTube earnings last year, which means he made $1 million in super chats, and YouTube's like, all right, we'll
other
take
way
our
around.
30% cut.
It was he's saying it's 700, and then he backs his cutout, so it was like 500.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah.
Anyway, whatever. He'll get there. So the Wolf of YouTube Street, Rekieta Law, got banned because Keffels sent a assassin in the name of Duncan McLeod to literally get a soundbite, and it was Shane's chair all over again, dude. Where that was the longest, discussion of saying basically nothing. And trying to get Rekieta to say he doesn't represent Vic, right? Like in the case of Shane. And basically that entire thing was just to try to get a soundbite that they could shop around for the purposes of,
getting him canceled.
Targeting him. Yeah, getting him canceled. Like getting people upset about it with their what do you call it? Manufactured clip and everything. And I've got like a goddamn we're covering this now. Fuck it. This podcast doc is gonna be so fucked up, but whatever, we're doing it. So Keffels, this individual who we have not talked about yet, and now that we have, you can welcome our impending doom because the hit squad has already been put out on us. But this individual is a trans activist. I'm sorry, I pronounced that wrong. Grifter, who decided to try to get Kiwi Farms taken down. By the way, this is the other reason why the Vic Mignogna timeline has suffered so severely. As soon as I sat down to work on it, the fucking Kiwi Farms went down. So anyway, so this individual has been targeting every person related to Josh Moon and making up outright lies about Kiwi Farms and attempting to get the platform taken down. And do you know why? Let me reel this back. Have you heard the story of Gamergate? You know, that thing where the boyfriend of, what was her name, Zoe Quinn, outed the fact that she was sleeping with games journalists in exchange for favorable reviews on her indie video games. And then Gamergate got started, and the games journalists immediately banded together because they all live in the same apartment in Washington state, and decided to subvert everything the way that Trump was able to steal the word fake news and use it against the people who coined it against him, in order to make everybody think Gamergate was about misogyny in gaming, right? So that is what Keffels did, except over the fact that Keffels' grooming crimes, where Keffels had a Discord server of underage individuals that they were grooming into becoming trans and giving them recipes to create hormone replacement therapy drugs, was being exposed on Kiwi Farms. So naturally, you got to get that shit taken down because you could go to fucking jail for it, right? So that's what this was about, right? And then they set their sights on Rekieta because Rekieta wasn't shutting up about the stuff that was going on with Kiwi Farms. You got to get them both out of the way. So that's what happened there. Now,
I hate to
this is the
interrupt,
funniest
but
part.
we have a super chat.
We do? Okay, I'm looking at Times Square over here. Oh, it's super sticker. Oh, is there? Hold on. Should I be on YouTube real quick to find out what sticker that is? Because it doesn't show up in StreamYard.
It is a "Keep It Up" sticker.
Awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna wait for it to load so I can see it with my own two eyes. Because for all I know, random. Hold on. I gotta echo from it. For all I know, you're lying, and it's a big middle finger sticker, and I should shut up right now because that was Keffel's Hit Squad. So basically, as with every single person who's ever had an issue with Nick Rekieta, they believe. I see it. Keep it up. I will. It's like the next super chat. Keep it up, and you know what'll happen. Anyway. Every single person who's ever had a problem with Nick has had the genius idea, the very original idea that nobody else has ever had, that the way that they will stop Nicholas Robert Rekieta is that they will send a ethics complaint and get his Minnesota bar to revoke his law license. Nobody has thought of that before. It is a foolproof plan that will always work.
Which
Right?
at this point, like, you'd think they'd get so many complaints, they just pass them through, like, oh my,
Yeah.
and then he'd get a phone call, be like, whatever you're doing, dear God, what is it? Like, we keep getting, this is like the 500 one this week. Like,
They've neglected to think about the fact that Rekieta has straight up said, I'm making more off of YouTube than I ever did as a lawyer or whatever. So it's like, oh no, he can't do the thing that made him less money.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, like, they have taken his $700,000 a year away, and naturally.
Well, that was the second thing that happened.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, naturally, that is not a good idea to do that to somebody because they're going to be vengeful, right? So anyway, they submitted Keffel's. I would like to ask anyone who has the time to fill this out to do it as well. He should not be any position of authority while threatening to murder transgender people. By the way, this threat to murder transgender people, every time it's quoted there's like more added onto it. Put a bullet in my head, pull the trigger slowly while whispering. Like it gets more and more out there. And the actual quote unquote threat was not a direct threat at all. Right. So anyway, so they had this genius idea of sending this, and Nick. I don't know if they're going to show it. Oh, this was him showing his $1 million chat revenue. So you were wrong. No. Let's see.
Oh.
So let's see. I actually hadn't read the article yet. It was on the docket of things I wanted to cover, but didn't. Let me grab the other. I've got another.
That revenue is not.
Not recorded.
That's.
It's not accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
see.
I think that's the what is it? Plate, no. The one that guesses. Yeah.
I think Social Blade.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
So let me I'm gonna just pull up. I have it's too fucking funny. So again, this individual Keffels has gone out of their way to basically do the Kyle McCarley route and get their followers who they whipped up into a frenzy and gained all these followers about their crusade against Kiwi Farms by spreading a bunch of lies about that and getting people so outraged and getting them to follow you and everything. Let's see. And then we've got, okay, I got it right here. Nope, that's not it. Fuck it. I'm almost there. I found it. Okay, cool. Dragging into view now. I'll be real. I am thrilled at the fact that stuff is getting covered right now, so I don't have to talk about it next week. So this is actually really great. As soon as it loads, I know this is the correct tweet. I can't wait till Elon Musk buys you Twitter. Any second now. So what they did, right, obviously, is that they had like 100 people, 50 people, some crazy number basically signed on for this ethics complaint, right? And so when it got to Nick, as it always does, he showed it on stream, right?
It was
He
40,
talked about
45
it.
people.
Yeah, so he talked about it, and this is after, by the way, Rekieta has also been banned off Twitter.
Interestingly, not Keffels.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Keffels.
He didn't show it on
Interestingly-
screen yet, did
No,
he?
hold on,
thought
I
he
haven't gone there yet.
verbalized.
I haven't gone there yet. Interestingly, Keffels, who I just showed you, when you get a chance, I'm asking that you would join me in this task. Keffels not on the list, didn't do it, literally forced duped her
Minions.
following, her minions, into doing it on her behalf, and didn't actually, you know the story of John Hancock? Do you know why they say, give me your John Hancock? Do you know what this means?
Because he has a very nice, elaborate signature on a
No,
declaration.
I believe
Not
it's
even it.
because he's the
Not
first
even that?
dude who took up the largest space on the
Yes.
Declaration of Independence.
Yes. So
He's- I don't know if
understand-
he was the first guy, but he definitely
he
was
was
the
the
guy who
final
was
guy.
like,
I think it was the last one. But the point is that the Declaration of Independence was anybody who signed that was like, you're gone. If you fail, they say that
if we lose,
if you lose,
all
it's
of our
called an
heads are gonna-
insurrection. If you win, it's called a revolution, right?
yeah.
So in the American Revolution, before they had won, this is literally like, we are starting the insurrection that will be called a revolution if we win. They signed the Declaration of Independence, and signing that declaration was a death sentence, because you are signing as a traitor to the King of England. So when it got to John Hancock, he decided, after everybody had neatly written their names, he wrote it bigger than fucking anybody, right? Come suck these nuts, King of England, right? Like he was basically writing it as big as possible so that you could not mistake him for anybody else. He was basically signing it with two flipping the bird emojis to the king, right? So basically, Keffels is like, come on, everybody, sign under my John Hancock. Quickly erases the John Hancock, is effectively what's happened here. Now, Rekieta got this email because what he did is, when he showed it on stream, the ethics complaint with all the names and stuff, he redacted the addresses as a courtesy to his enemies.
And the last names.
And the last names, and said, I'm going to upload this on my locals uncensored.
Uncensored.
And so immediately this is posted on his locals. So I got an email, rolls on the floor laughing, quote, I'm totally sorry that I tried to ruin your life, but please just let it go, broski. So it says here in the email that he received, I cannot begin to express the supreme lack of foresight I myself had when doing this, especially when the information may have been made public anyway, had action been taken against you. And had I known what I know today about Keffels, I absolutely never would have filed an ethics complaint. I suppose I was riding the high end of being a massive social justice warrior that I failed to realize attempting to rob another man of his livelihood is an absolute ethical wrong. I'd like to point out, there has not been a single fucking period so far in this run-on sentence. More so, sorry, I just gassed them. Rekieta, you should have deliberately released only this person's name and address. That's a joke, YouTube. Please do not gas this individual. Only gas the part of their brain that causes them to make bad grammatical errors. That's fair, right? Fuck, we're so banned. Anyway. I lost my voice. More so than any angry comments made about someone online who has done a lot of lying and manipulation to their audience. Period. First one. I distanced myself from Keffels a while ago. And in good faith, I would like to ask that you not only refrain from posting my unredacted information on your locals page, but you also refrain from posting the unredacted information of the other complainants on your locals page. Like, listen to this. Like, literally, hey, I distanced myself from that clown Keffels a while ago, so could you like not post my info, and also don't post anybody else's info either.
So
just
you
simply
followed someone
because-
you distanced yourself from a while
Yeah.
ago. Neat.
Yep. Given the gravity of the threats made by the Kiwi Farms forum, that one that you guys celebrated taking down about 14 times now, and the questionable nature of posting information such as home addresses of individuals to the internet to an audience who may have malicious intent, I don't believe the punishment would fit the crime on our part. Fucking get fucked. I also have heard that you don't usually post unredacted information about people who make complaints about you. So not only do I question why you would do it this time,
Oh, he's about to get an ethics complaint. Oh no,
But I-
Rekieta, watch out.
I think it could be fair to ask for some degree of lenience for first-time offenders. Like, this is the most pathetic. This is the most pathetic. Please, I know I took $700,000 a year from you, but don't also ruin my life. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. You know? Comfortable anonymity is likely not an option for me anymore, and I feel like that and the stress that comes with it as a punishment is enough for a failed ethics complaint. Like, don't you think I've suffered enough, Rekieta? I know that at this moment you're still banned from YouTube, but don't you think I suffered enough? Like, if you would like to have any kind of conversation in private, let me know. While I do have objections to your political and social views, I do feel like we could speak together in good faith as reasonable adult to reasonable adult. Oh man, he thinks you're reasonable, Rekieta. That's totally a reason you should just, let him off the hook. Once again, what I did was absolutely abhorrent and lacking foresight. That's the rest of the thing. I have to pull up the local thing to actually look at the rest of it. But I just think it's like, how fucking funny is that? Like, imagine, like, we live in a world right now where one side of the political aisle will absolutely attempt to murder you and then be like, what? Kyle Rittenhouse returned fire. Like, Jesus Christ, the punishment doesn't fit the crime. Like, how could you think that it was okay to shoot me after I smacked you in the face with a skateboard? Like, fucking unbelievable, these people.
Like, they
Anyway.
don't believe in consequences for personal actions.
They don't believe in personal responsibility and repercussions for personal actions. Yeah, not at all. Anyway, anybody else have anything else you'd like to share?
It's a little weird in terms of like how the YouTube strike system is working now that he's got his channel back, because he's still got a 2-week ban.
Yeah, like, what
So
the fuck?
in theory, like, that
YouTube
would mean
is literally saying, we don't want to unban you, but we also don't want you to sue us. So,
well,
I think the punishment would fit the crime.
so his
They
first
sue us. Like,
his
and we
first
just-
strike
yeah, go ahead.
his first strike that he got back in July was for showing a video that had too much blood in it, even though that's not written anywhere in the terms of service. And so then after
was
90
what
days,
was the context of the video?
some guy stabbed another guy in Australia or something. Apparently it's on Andy No's Twitter account.
Oh. I'm pretty sure that there is this little portion of YouTube's terms of service that say news reporting is allowed to do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, but
Like,
apparently
when it comes to all the
he
other
was-
rules.
he was told that even still there's like this threshold apparently with blood that goes against that. So
Well, I would also like to point out how racist that is, because my dad is a stuntman. He's in Texas Chainsaw Massacre too, as the guy who has the metal plate in his head. Towards the beginning of the movie, there's a scene where Leatherface is like rearing down with the chainsaw while the other guy's like tripping, and the chainsaw glances off the metal plate and sparks shoot off of it. That's my dad doing that stunt, number one. But also, he told me that for the Japanese release, they had to film it with like, I think it was like 100 gallons more blood. Like they actually had to reshoot scenes with more blood because the bloody shit that's already in, like in America, like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, that was like, you know, your church going family. You know, you walked out of the theater feeling like you've already gone to hell, right? Because it was just so gruesome and you've never seen anything like it. In Japan, that's like every week in their horror movies. So they had to like really go above and beyond to not get laughed out of the theater for not having enough blood. So I think it's racist of YouTube, you know, honestly.
Well, I mean, like, it's obviously stupid. There's videos of the Shining scene where literally a pool-sized amount
fake.
of blood. Yeah, I guess so. But anyway, so...
And again, so is my entire argument about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know, like,
anyway, that was the reason. And it was about to fall off, so he was saying that he thinks that maybe since it was so close to falling off, they just gave him a pass on one of his strikes, and then this new strike would have been his technical second strike, and then as a result, on your second strike you get a 2-week ban, so therefore he has a 2-week ban now. The one issue with that is when he get his...
He already had 2 strikes. The thing is that he was
No, listen to me.
He was talking about the 3rd strike coming.
Yeah, listen to me. So right? He gets 1 strike. That was the gore thing. Second strike, that was him saying Keffels belongs on a wall.
What he said was, if I'm not incorrect on this, I believe what his exact words were something to the effect of, if Keffels is guilty of this crime that he just like described and talked about, what was on Key Bou.
If Keffels is giving people hormone replacement therapy, kids hormone replacement therapy,
then he said
they belong on the wall with the pedos
with all the
and
pedophiles and the groomers and so he said that, right? And all he said was they belong on the wall, and he has tried to come out and say that doesn't mean anything. They're up on a wall, like, you know, like I think that was. That was
his second strike
attempt, right?
But anyway. I mean, YouTube might not have even cared about what he said, because I mean, the strike would be for harassment or whatever, so it could be, I mean, not necessarily anything.
Like that. Yeah.
So but anyway, so regardless of, but that was the video where he did that got striked, and then the third one was when he threatened to dox everyone or post unredacted complaints on locals,
which are matter of public record.
They're not. It goes, actually, that email goes on further to say, like, at the beginning of the email, they're like, you know, we were told that it wouldn't be public, and then at the bottom of the email, they're like, well, I know it said that it would be public if they ever took action against you, and then so Nick was like, oh, how is this? So if they did do something against my license, then your name would be public, and you would know that, and they told you that up front. So but so the third strike was him doing that, and then that resulted in him getting his channel deleted, and then it came back, but his first strike, the one with the blood, was about to fall off. It's going to fall off in like a week or two or something like that.
The point is that with the community guidelines, 3 strikes and you're out, right? And when I started YouTube, those fuckers didn't expire. Once you get one, it's there for good, right? But apparently they've changed things now, because they were pulling the trigger on you know, stuff that was like on the line. It's like, really, honestly, like, this could go either way. You have to really be an asshole to strike somebody for this, you know, kind of thing. And so I guess they've pulled it back now, where they last 6 months or a year.
It's 90
like
days.
90 days. Okay. So so he had 2 strikes at one time because of the mass flagging attempt from Keffels. And then the idea was that that eventually that first one was about to fall off. So he was told by his lawyer, you should be careful, right? Because he was also working on a brand deal of some kind, like an advertiser was going to fund his show even more, right? As with like Ridge Wallet and stuff, but like a new one that I don't think he's mentioned yet.
He has a new sponsor
Earth
that's
Gold?
been for the last couple months,
Okay.
or like a month-ish.
So the point is that he was told by his lawyer, take it easy, no controversial, don't have what's his name on the who is it? Not Legal Mindset. Is it Legal Mindset? Anyway, the one guy that said that really crazy thing and went on that Kanye level rant on that one show. His lawyer said basically don't have him on. So he's like, all right, well, thanks for the advice. And then he's like, I'm going to do the exact opposite of everything he said because fuck censorship, right? So anyway, yeah. So right before it fell off, Keffels was like, well, now's my chance. We got to do it now, and that they basically baited the trap, and then the people who fell for the trap were the people that Keffels got to sign on to the complaint, not Keffels and not Rekieta, right? And then they got Rekieta's channel terminated by the 3rd strike, right? And then undone over the fact that this is some bullshit, right? So anyway,
back to my point.
Yeah.
So if the first one got undone, then he would only be on 2 strikes, right?
Yes. Which is why you're thinking he's
and
got
then,
the
so
2 week.
So now his 3rd strike becomes his 2nd strike. And so if that is now his 2nd strike, then he would get a 2-week ban with that 2nd strike. The one weird thing about it is his video where he threatened to dox the people or post the unredacted things was called like fan mail or something. And it was still live when his channel came back. So I don't know if that's just a weird result of the fact that the
what?
Yeah. I don't know if it was a weird result of the way they do their strike and takedown. Like, oh, well, we deleted the channel, so we don't need to technically take the video down.
That's
like, just
weird.
in their programming. So then when the channel came back, the video was still there. He still has that strike, though, in his account.
Does that mean that, like, they could theoretically go after that same video again?
He has now privated that video.
But it doesn't matter because as long as you have the URL, you can still submit the claim, even if you delete the video.
Yeah. So, I mean, in theory, I guess they could still mass report a bunch of other videos. And that video again, I guess. But
yeah, so I've got over here. Oh, shit. I got to move this one out of here, too. Fuck me. I've got so many tabs open on this other window of articles I was supposed to go through for the Thursday show to get, nice and curated into the doc that I'm now just trying to throw into this show. So yeah, from Cress quote tweeting.
Hold on one sec. So the cool 2T said the fan mail vid wasn't banned as far as I'm aware. That was the vid so I actually messaged him on Locals and I said, like, the video is up, and he's like, oh, it wasn't that video. But it was that video. That video, at the beginning of that video, is where he says, I'm going to post it on Locals. Unless he said it twice, I guess. But he definitely said it in that, in the beginning of that video, because I shared it once the video came back. I shared the URL on Discord, and I have it. I have the URL still of the timestamp URL of him saying, I'm going to post this on Locals because fuck you.
I could have sworn that he did that on a separate stream, like, way late in.
He might have also done it on, because he did, he was doing the court cases, so he might have done a day stream and set it on the day stream and then again on the night stream when he actually read the fan mail. So that might be true, I guess, but he definitely said it on the fan mail one. and I'm pretty sure. I mean, you could go look. There is a tweet out there of the person who reported the stream saying I was victorious because YouTube let them know that the action was taken when when his account got deleted. They let the person know, like, hey, this account got deleted. So you could go look up the exact title of the video if you wanted to be 100% sure. But I'm 100% sure that in the fan mail video he said I'm going to post it on locals, and I'm pretty sure that was the video that would have got the strike.
That's kind of weird though, because like you know, the action that's supposedly bad is taking place on locals, not on YouTube. So
but see, all the social media accounts or whatever, just anything online has just decided, you know what?
Well,
like the cuck porn you record, Jack Murphy, like we take that into consideration when giving.
no,
you
for
guys.
real though. Like, imagine if you have like an OnlyFans or something, and it's like, oh, well, you were nude on some other platform that breaks our terms of service. Sorry.
Well,
See you later.
here's the problem, right? Like, if they tried to police doxing people on other platforms as a punishment for being on YouTube, right? It'd be impossible. Because if Nick gave the document, he could legally and without anything to do with YouTube, he could give that document to literally anyone in real life.
Yeah.
And then they could put the document out.
Right.
And so those docs can get out, right? And nothing is going to stop them from that.
Nothing protecting them. Right.
Yeah.
This is a public thing. You know, at the end of the day, you provided these
quasi.
This is the same thing as when Anime News Network copyright struck Hirohei in an attempt to dox him, because when you copyright strike somebody and they contest the claim, it gives their legal address, the one that YouTube uses to know who they are, to the person that struck them. And so what Anime News Network attempted to do was dox Hirohei by striking the content he recorded of their podcast that included Vic in it, where he was commentating on it, so that they could then get his information and leak it to the people in Kick Vic, right? And that's effectively the same thing as what's going on here, is that except it's like way nastier, because this is it's actually the same shit except in reverse, right? Because they're the ones still doing the underhanded bullshit, except in this case they gave up their own address instead of doing the underhanded bullshit to get the address, right? Yeah. And then of course, in the event of what happened with Hirohei, for anybody who's unaware, Rekieta represented Hirohei as his legal, counsel or whatever in the strike
the counter
appeal.
notice.
The counter notice. So that instead of getting Hirohei's information, they got Rekieta's law practice location.
PO box.
Yeah, the PO box. So
but yeah, so my
public,
my guess is that they didn't actually care, and I haven't gone and looked at the terms of service to be 100% sure. I don't know if YouTube has some terms of service against doxing. He mentioned in the Viva stream today that if he had have posted the docs live and not said anything about like, oh, I'm gonna do it because fuck you or whatever, and just posted it.
If he had just let them be up on screen and scrolled through them without drawing attention to them at all or whatever.
Then it wouldn't have gone through a community guideline strike. It would have gone through YouTube's privacy, like private information team, and then they could have taken action. I don't know if that would have ended up with a resulting strike or not, but either way, I'm not 100% sure on that. But it seems to me, my guess would be that YouTube's issue was because the video got taken down for harassment and bullying. So it seems to me like the issue was just the threat. Like, hey, fuck you, I'm going to fuck with you. And YouTube saw that as bullying and then said, okay, we're going to strike the video. So
I feel like we've kind of covered all the major parts of this. Do we you want to continue or what?
No, I'm already ready to go on to. Or actually, wait. Before we go there, I don't know if you guys read this comment from the Cool 2T. Empathy for me and cancellation for thee regarding, if the punishment doesn't fit the crime, and all that shit. So, and then Smarky97 said, when he uncensors the name of the person who sent the email and plot twist, it's Mars Girl. Just kidding. Doctor videos about surgery procedures, they have to blur from showing too much blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me stop you right there and just say, you might remember a couple podcasts ago, Random 11 mispronounced the word hymen. And there is a forthcoming clip, short about that. And I thought it would be funny.
Hey, man.
I thought it would be funny to have like 1960s, 1970s, like school sex ed video, that I would look, you'd have like the teacher pointing to the anatomy chart, right? And like the word hymen, I would change to be the word that Random 11 accidentally said. And I thought that would be hilarious. I am forever scarred for what I searched on YouTube. Because first of all, there is actual real porn all over YouTube if you use the right search terms. And I'm talking like there was a playlist that my jaw hit the ground because of the fucking thumbnail for the first video in it. And then I opened the playlist just to see how like old this video is. It's from 2012. 2016. And it has 57 million views.
I wonder why.
So I just want to point out, as we're talking about Rekieta getting canceled for stuff that happened off platform, right? On your goddamn platform, like legit actual porn, right? Number one. Then I make this horrifying discovery. If you were still on the hopium that not all women were whores and that you had they had some decency, well, when you search the word hymen on YouTube, you find of a procedure, because we're talking right now about the surgery procedures, called hymenoplasty, where they reconstruct the hymen so that you can fool the man you're about to marry into thinking you're still a virgin. So these hoes be out there literally re-virginizing themselves.
Re-virginizing?
Anyway, and again, like that's gross enough, right? But the thumbnails, the video, and at the beginning it says YouTube community guidelines. This is for medical students, so therefore you can't strike us, YouTube. And I'm like, bitch, fuck no, you can't.
That's like the
punishment
copyright
won't fit the crime.
That's like the copyright magic words. Like, this is for educational purposes
no
only.
Infringement
Yeah.
intended.
Well, I think YouTube is copyright stroking to it instead.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll just say none of that was blurred. And boy,
You're scarred for life. Okay.
And I'm trying to think of what's that term, that clip that Michael Scott says. For a woman, a penis can be the most beautiful sight she's ever seen, but in the wrong context, it's like Frankenstein's monster, whatever the hell he says. I'm like, it goes both ways. So anyway, all right. So Lishansky says, like, no one has ever said that Rekieta needs to die. Close on YouTube. And no one bats an eye. Yeah, really. Like, the fan mail vid wasn't banned as far as I'm aware. Even if the video was down on YouTube, it is on other platforms. True. He was banned on Twitch for saying he would read that on. So read that not on YouTube. Yeah.
So we don't know why he was banned on Twitch.
Cancel Hyman's 2022.
He was banned on Twitch after Duncan said that he was going to do some mass flagging bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
The theory right now is that they clipped some section of one of the VODs on YouTube, whether that was the one where he threatened to dox people or not, and are using that and making it look like, or like reporting it as if that was on Twitch, but it wasn't. So who knows? But
yeah, they're trying to get they got him banned on Twitch too, didn't they?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's so, but it's just a 2-week again. Or no, that one I think that might just be a 1-week suspension. So he should be back
good.
within a couple days.
Considering the fact that a woman actually had sex on stream on Twitch and only got a 1-week suspension. So
Yeah, I was gonna make the
nice.
joke. I was gonna make the joke that if he does get banned on Twitch, just threaten to go shoot up the headquarters, because that worked for that speedrunner, the trans speedrunner, Narcissa Wright. She got banned and then threatened to shoot everyone at the Twitch HQ, and said she was sorry. Said, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to shoot everyone or something like that. And then she got unbanned. So yeah.
Wow.
Twitch is weird.
Geeky says YouTube a breeding ground for double standards. Deshansi says he misses Rekieta's YouTube channel, a gaming YouTube channel. Fun times on there. Well, I guess it's probably gonna come back, the gaming YouTube channel.
Well, he said that he got, so Nick used to have other YouTube channels, but they got banned because he did a stream. He got temporarily banned on for I think his warning, when he got his warning. I don't know what he got a strike for something, and he was banned on YouTube for temporarily, and then he went and streamed on his Rekieta Media channel, and YouTube said, "Oh well, that's
or whatever."
Ban evasion,
yeah, it's ban evasion." So they deleted both his media channel and his archive channel, and so now he just has the one channel.
Wait, at least they didn't delete that channel as well.
Yeah,
like,
well, that's the one
makes
that's
people
making the
fun.
money, so that's why they want to keep that one, obviously.
For sure.
And then just to round everything out, also, this is all predicated by him losing his Twitter account earlier,
which he was
also because of
like 100%.
Also because of Keppel's. Yeah, his argument is that it's actually his company that owns the account, not him. So
because his female intern was the one running it for the longest time.
Well, I mean, there is precedent for the argument because
I get that.
Who's the guy that kept getting banned on YouTube?
Keemstar?
Keemstar. Yeah, and then he was like, "Oh, I don't actually own the channel," and that was his way around getting banned on YouTube. So
people are fucking unbelievable. I can't believe it. Anyway, so let's jump back into articles here. I think we are going to literally, like, the timing of everything that needs to happen is going to be perfect. Like, actually, no, maybe a little too early still. If you have any more things, so NieR Automata version 1.1a. So we talked about this last podcast. I saw this though. It's been confirmed to have an original story by the creator Yoko Taro. That's the news. That's what I was going to share with you. But as I was reading it, a lot of actually kind of interesting stuff in here. So in order to pad a little bit of time, because we have a guest coming in like 45 minutes. And we have an article that I have pushed to the wrong
let's
section.
not intentionally pad it out because I'm going to.
Well, let me just read this because it's not a terribly long article. And there was actually some interesting stuff I noticed that I did highlight, but we're just going to read the whole thing because it's not that long. So just a few months following the initial announcement, the upcoming anime entry in Square Enix and Platinum Games' Futuristic Apocalypse series, NieR Automata version 1.1a, has received its first official trailer. During Aniplex's third annual online festival on September 25th, fans were thrown for a loop when A1 Pictures released a pair of promotional trailers for the upcoming anime installment of the franchise. A1 Productions, is that different from A1 Pictures? Kicked off NieR Automata showcase with the introduction of the Automata's stoic female protagonist 2B. And as per her official character profile, 2B is a general-purpose combat android and member of an elite military force, the Yorha unit. I have not played these games, forgive me. Struggling to remain faithful to the rules banning androids from having feelings, Her personality is considered to be exceptionally calm and collected, even amongst her fellow like-programmed butler type B androids. So I'm guessing that's 9S. Is he a butler? No, he's not a B. Oh, all right. Fuck me. I don't know. Receiving his own trailer. Next up was 2B's scanner type partner 9S. Ah, S for scanner. Anyway, one of the Yora unit search and investigation specialists, 9S primary role is to gather information for the group's combat models, including 2B. Due to his position, 9S has developed an inquisitive personality. Not only that, but 9S is considered to be one of the most emotionally expressive androids, the complete opposite of 2B. With the premiere of these trailers, original NieR creator and version 1.1a writer Yoko Taro appeared alongside anime director Ryoji Matsuyama to discuss the upcoming series lore and development. According to Matsuyama, when he was first approached by Aniplex to helm version 1.1a, he was taken aback by the fact that the project's protagonists, 2B and 9S, had their eyes covered. This, he explained, was because eyes are considered a significant source of symbolism in anime. Nevertheless, he noted that he was thrilled to undertake the challenge of bringing their story to the small screen. Recalling his own experience, Taro said that when he was first approached by Aniplex to create a NieR anime, he found himself that they had asked him so long. I think it means he found it odd that they had asked him so long after Automata's release, as anime tie-ins to video games normally release together in order to gain synergy in the way of increased sales. Even so, said the eccentric creator, Aniplex was very insistent to Taro that the anime would be made. Quote, and she talked to me like she was threatening me, I guess, Taro playfully recalled one of the producers. And I was like, eek, I understand. Taro then announced that the title of the series would be version 1.1a because he wanted it to be clear that the anime would be a separate entity from the game, even featuring changes to the original narrative. NieR Automata was a story we created to be a game, he clarified, so copying it as is wouldn't make an interesting story for an anime. However, when he first proposed this idea to Aniplex, Taro said they weren't exactly happy, particularly because they wanted to please fans by making as direct an anime adaptation of NieR Automata as possible. Quote, the original creator was trying to destroy the story, and the anime staff is desperately stopping that, Taro described of the drama with Aniplex. Such debate kept going back and forth for a long time. To this end, Taro claimed that the purpose of version 1.1a was to take advantage of the anime medium to go beyond the cinematography limitations inherent to video games. Consequently, you may find differences in the adaptation, but should you find any discrepancies between the two that don't make sense, he ultimately noted, before offering a bit of reassurance to fans, quote, okay, what? But should you find any discrepancies between the two that don't make sense, I'm the one going around and breaking things for them. So if anyone is dissatisfied, it's likely to be my fault.
Wow.
Anyway. So I thought it was interesting about the fact that Aniplex was like, no, we got to do the story from the game.
Well, I mean,
and he's like, but wait, I'm going to write a new story with more ass shots.
I mean, to be honest, if it was the game and starting from zero, the price of admission is going to be extremely low.
Can you stop?
Dear Lord,
stop crinkling.
If you didn't help with Lupin.
Sorry.
Anyway, so yeah, the barrier to entry is lower if it's going to just tell you the story of the game, is what you're saying?
Yeah, like starting from giving you the proper introduction things. I mean, if they're starting with a new story, they'll probably include things that you might get if you had played the games, or would go over people who are completely new to the franchises. And
well, the way that Yoko Taro phrased it, it kind of sounds to me like that's not going to be an issue. And I actually feel like that would probably be more of an issue of a typical video game adaptation than what he's probably going to do. But who knows?
Well, I mean, if you look at what Cyberpunk did, where their anime
Precisely,
was
yeah.
basically a prequel, right? So that worked.
It basically wasn't even connected to the actual game story though, right?
So the concept of
It's very loosely a prequel.
Sorry, I haven't played the game, but the concept of automata is the autonomy that comes with, thinking for yourself and making your own decisions and emotions, right? In the process of producing a short I previously talked about, I have obtained legally a movie with Antonio Banderas titled Automata, and I watched it. And the concept of the movie was very similar to what I've just read here, about these robots, these mass-produced robots that all of a sudden are doing things they weren't programmed to do, and basically it's a mystery where he's trying to figure out why. And granted, I probably blinked maybe 50 times, naturally over the course of the movie, but I have no idea what what the reason was by the end of it. So yeah, it was an interesting movie, and then it just ends and you're like, wow, I watched that. Like, anyway,
It was an experience.
yeah, so that's the thing. Moving on from here. All right, so the Shy manga is now getting an anime. So it appears to me to be a superhero story. In sort of like, imagine Sailor Moon meets My Hero Academia, and the superhero's name is Shy, and obviously she's also quite shy. It's not like the funny mafia names where it's the opposite of what you are.
And
So
her superpower is that she becomes not shy.
Earth was on the brink of a third world war. Fuck, it hits way too close to home. When superpowered individuals came forth from each country around the globe, ending the conflict and ushering in a new era of relative peace. Among those heroes, Japan is represented by a timid young girl known as Shy. She may spend more time worrying about her own shortcomings than she does battling villains, but she'll show the world that despite it all, she still has the heart of a hero. Okay, well, I guess I got it way wrong. Also, this is the voice actor. She doesn't look as shy. Anyway, moving on. So it's not obvious I'm padding time. The Great Cleric Light novel is also getting a TV anime adaptation. So this is the anime season for characters that look like they kind of somewhat stepped out of Attack on Titan, and also the bunny ear thing that I was talking about last podcast. There's an M here, like an English alphabet letter M for some reason. I don't know. That's weird. It says, one moment a certain salaryman is on cloud 9. That promotion is finally within his grasp. And then the next, he's keeled over in pain. And that was all she wrote. Luckily for him, fate had a bit more to say. A world of magic monsters and reincarnated as a cuck is what I see of this character. Magic monsters and other such life-shortening entities await his newly reincarnated self for a second shot at life. With nothing but his past life experiences and sharp business skills to guide him in the foreign lands of Galdaria, he takes up the name Lucille and vows that his next demise will be from naught but old age. And what better way to avoid another gruesome death than by taking up a nice, cushy job as a healer? But getting by in another world doesn't come easy or cheap. It'll take a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to hone the skills he needs to make his way. But make it he will, or die again trying. Wow, that was a lot less interesting than the last one. Any thoughts on blue-haired, fucking rabbit-eared girls?
Not really.
Would you let her chew your carrot? No, I'm just kidding.
No, definitely.
Not with those teeth.
I'm trying to get a big Chungus reference in there, but they're all too small. A Girl and Her Guard Dog manga is getting a TV anime in 2023. I feel like this has been done before. I I'm not even gonna read it. The
Is it called
synopsis?
The Bodyguard?
No, it's called fucking. What was that show we did for a watch club with the guy who was into S&M?
Secret Service?
Inu X Boku. Yeah,
Yeah,
that one.
Uniboku SS.
Yeah. Rasuko Okuma's sci-fi Yuri manga Hoshikuzu Telepath is getting a TV anime adaptation. So another manga. This one's about Yuri. So there you go. That's a standout thing that's never been done before. Believe it or not, you don't need to turn Velma gay to write a story about lesbians. It's cool. Who would have thunk? BOFURI TV anime teases more adventures in a new season 2 key visual. So yeah, season 2 for BOFURI. I'll watch it.
That's a
Still
nice
have-
turtle.
I still have
Why
to get the
does
first
the
season. Which
turtle
is out.
not have like
anything? The
Uh,
features are shading.
line art? There's no line art on this? Why is there no line art? I don't think anybody has line art. What's going on here? Zoom and enhance. Oh, it does have line art. You just couldn't see it on Crunchyroll's tiny ass website. Anyway,
Well, that's the new trend. Is some shows have really thin line art, and I kind of hate it.
I do. I as well. Look at all the detail we drew in here that you can't see from this distance. All right.
4K.
Yes. Okay. All right. I saw this. Crunchyroll is going to be streaming By the Grace of Gods season 2 anime. Probably should have put this in streaming news. Now that I think about it. Now look, you're thinking, okay, who gives a shit? Crunchyroll's got it. But I mean, is that
No,
funny
I
to
don't.
anybody else? Well, let me scroll down further.
I think she told
I mean,
me
it's only a little
bit,
suggestive.
it's a little too high.
I mean, yes, it is a bit too high, but the nipples, I mean, faces of the slimes are quite properly positioned. Right?
Do slimes have nipples?
The One Piece. The One Piece is real.
All right. Also, Junji Nishimura and Mamoru Oshii's Hikari no O anime reveals main cast. So, apparently, I've just learned. Remember Vladlov, Mamoru Oshii's last thing? Apparently, I don't know. Was he just like the writer for that? Because again, it seems like he's doing another show where somebody else is the director.
Yeah.
So here it is. You're welcome. Mamoru Oshii brings to you this thing where people don't need any armor except for on their shins and forearms. That's it. Oh, I love this too. Based on the novel by Reika Hinata, Hikari no O is being directed by Junji Nishimura. You know that guy who directed Vladlov, that other thing Mamoru Oshii worked on, at StudioSignal.md. With series composition by Mamoru Oshii, you might know him from Angel's Egg. Didn't do anything else, you know. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. Also, designs adapted for animation by the person who worked on Outlaw Star for that capacity, I assume. Who would have known? Moving on. My unique skill makes me OP even at level 1 reveals the first TV anime visual. It has a very how to draw manga vibe. Like something about it is just so bizarre. Like there are tropes here that don't feel Japanese influenced. Like the mittens feel that's an odd choice. The giant ass hammer or whatever the hell she's holding. The cuck with the little gun. I mean, and the skinny jeans.
Those proportions look weird. They
look
really do
so
look
fucking weird,
Western.
don't they?
It really
Something
does have a
about it.
Western vibe.
Also, her name is Emily Brown. Like, maybe there's a reason it looks more Western. But the funny thing is that he looks more something about this is very strange. Anyway, I don't know. I thought I would share that with you. Also, memorable Naruto scenes have been reanimated for the franchise's 20th anniversary. Patting the fuck out of this.
It looked pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't think we're gonna get a Naruto Kai situation.
Well, let me ask you, what would be the thing holding back them making a Naruto Kai?
Making a Naruto Brotherhood, perhaps, because Kai is just recutting the old show.
Okay. Yeah, what would hold them back from making a Naruto Brotherhood?
My biggest thought is just like the lack of creativity. Like these people are all creative people, and I don't, even with all the money in the world, I don't know if they want to sit there and actually reanimate like 500 episodes of an anime.
They get
Where they're
paid
not-
by the
It'd be
frame.
So what you're
720
saying
episodes.
is that it would take a lot of money.
Yeah.
He said, desperate to segue. God damn it! Where's the
Yeah, it would
fucking
take a lot of
okay.
money. I mean, I'm fine with the old animation too. It's,
Okay, here you go. He said
Someone needs to make
desperately
a
trying to
supercut.
segue. Yeah, so this was on Shonen Leaks tweeted out, right? Studio Pierrot reanimated Naruto on the eve of the 20th anniversary, right? So you got to see this cool shit, right? They did in 16:9 and everything. It looks really cool, right? And then MrBeast says, how much do I have to pay to get every episode like this? To which this person just spitballed and said, I think it was like $95,000 per episode. But for this quality, it's probably more like $150,000 what it cost per Attack on Titan episode. If they removed all the filler and redundant moments, then this could realistically be like 60 episodes for season 1. So 90 million, or sorry, 9 million roughly. To which MrBeast says, all right, let's
Deal.
fucking go. Like, deal.
Deal. Right,
So,
sure. The guy who I've heard isn't the best with his budgeting, but yeah, all right.
I mean, I don't, when you have so much fuck you money, I don't think you have to be the best with your budgeting. You let me know when MrBeast files for bankruptcy, all right? Anyway, yeah, so what an interesting scenario that would be if MrBeast saved anime by just infusing massive amounts of money into the studios.
Team Weebs.
Yeah, it's like literally like, damn, you know, it's such a shame. Animators are so underpaid. MrBeast is like, wait a minute. They're talking about money. I have that. You know, like,
Yeah, you guys need money. Check well. I have that. I can help you guys.
If
like
this
like-
was a brotherhood situation, though, then they're gonna have to skip the tuning exams, right?
That's the best part.
That's the point.
because
Because Brotherhood
Brotherhood
skipped a
skipped
bunch
over.
of stuff.
Yeah.
No, they just made things really quick.
They
for
sped
the most
they
part.
sped through what was done correctly in the original to get to the new stuff in Brotherhood.
And therefore they skipped a bunch
Okay.
of stuff.
No,
Like what?
no, you guys are explaining this all wrong, and I haven't even seen Brotherhood. What they did in the original Full Metal Alchemist, as they were animating it, is they caught up
Yeah,
to where the manga
I'm
was.
saying Brotherhood sped through
And
what
then-
the original did correctly,
In
and then
the
carried on through the
original
manga. Where,
anime, because they caught up, they kept animating it instead of putting in filler, instead of putting in, instead of stalling, they just said, well, fuck it, we're going to continue, we're just going to make it up from here, right?
We'll do it live.
they made
Yeah.
their own ending.
They
coined
took
the
the
term
OCA
bone
podcast
ending.
approach. So yeah, they basically they came up with their own way of doing things. They went from there, and then when they made Brotherhood,
They
because
sped through what
they
was done.
had that part, yeah. So they
They sped
actually
through what was
You keep
done
saying
correctly.
sped through. They skipped a bunch of shit at the beginning because they knew you already saw it in the first series.
They did. They sped through it.
You keep
they
saying
s-
sped. They skipped it. They were just like,
What
we're not
did they
dealing
skip?
with it.
Tell me what they skipped.
They skipped
The
the,
whole
initial
training
mine
thing with-
They skipped the bury the chopper backstory.
The whole island thing with the teacher. They skipped
That
a
brought
bunch
up
of shit.
later on as flashbacks.
Oh my lord, Reese.
Same with
Anyway.
bring back Yoki. They
Back to my
suggested
joke. They're
I
gonna skip
literally
the
do
tuning
not
exam and
recognize
make it a flashback.
anything
Reese,
you're
okay?
talking about, or the like the names of these characters from Fullmetal Brotherhood. I'm like, what the
And with
fuck?
Naruto, I would like to like point out there's not a lot like you just all they would be doing is cutting out the filler. I mean, the filler is just like until we get to Shippuden, like OG Naruto didn't have like a lot of. It was mostly canon up until like I want to say episode. What was it? Episode like
I can't even think of a moment in Naruto, the original one, that felt to me like filler.
Well, it was
Basically,
like
after
after,
the tuning
Sasuke
exam.
left.
Yeah.
Well, like
Sasuke.
everything that I watched. Look, I watched the original Naruto in Japanese with subtitles, and there are shows that I watch in English, like our Watch Club, that I was just like, it feels like a chore to actually get through, right? Like I actually feel that like I am checking the duration bar on the episode constantly because I cannot believe how drawn out it feels. But with Naruto, there was never a moment that I can recall. I mean, maybe there were some moments, right? But I don't recall there being any moments where I legitimately felt like, oh my God, get to the fucking point,
Yeah.
In the same way as with Dragon Ball Z, I feel like, yes, there's some filler, but most of the filler, they take the advantage. Like the thing I like about filler is that they give you character moments, right? Stuff that in terms of the overarching plot of the story is not going to have an effect, but you get to see a character, how they interact and how they develop a little bit more, which I always really enjoy. So I haven't gotten through the first disc, maybe just the first disc I've gotten through of Shippuden, so I couldn't tell you.
Shippuden's a lot worse with
Yeah,
filler.
Shippuden.
Well, yeah, because
it
got
goes
500
way
episodes,
downhill.
right? So,
Yeah.
they're basically like.
Well, I mean, Naruto's bad, but it's all.
That's actually kind of funny. I never really
at the
thought about
end.
the fact that they're like One Piece is reaching the 1,000th episode, woo! And it's like Naruto Shippuden's like, fuck, we did half that in like half the time.
I mean, like
a year.
Naruto Shippuden is 720, and then Boruto is like 200 some episodes now.
I heard Boruto is also like 70% filler right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
So that's why MrBeast and everybody is so eager to just get the good shit back.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be cool visually, but at the same time, it's one of those things where it's like, do I need that? Especially for OG Naruto? Shippuden, maybe, sure, but like OG Naruto, I feel like
they took it upon themselves to make sure to get all the best moments.
Yeah, all the best.
Honestly, I think I could deal with just a Kai cut, like an official go recut it, like that.
Yeah,
and maybe reanimate a couple things, like literally a couple transition scenes if something doesn't quite work with cutting it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's all we need. I don't think the original animation looks terrible. I don't care that it's 4:3. So
I'll be real.
I do.
A while ago. Coming back to the comment here. How is it possible that Naruto is going to be rebooted? Japan should be aware that other countries can ruin any country's culture. I still remember Method trying to ruin Tetsuan Atom. I don't know anything about Method and all that stuff. Unless is that the studio that did the stupid French one where they're like, now it's going to be about social media and modern problems? Because yes, crap. But if you're
talking about like original Astro Boy.
No, I think he's talking about the
Tetsuan
newer
Atom
one.
is Astro Boy.
Is Astro Boy, yeah. But I think he's talking about the newer one. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, the point is, though,
one.
that if you're MrBeast and you're like, I like what you gave me, I want you to do more of it, here's money. I don't think we have to worry about that. Anyway,
hypothetically, he didn't have any creative control.
From MrBeast to Mr. Anime to Mr. Bankrupt. Aren't the Naruto games technically in Naruto Brotherhood? Maybe. I don't know. I guess. I haven't played them. They looked
Storm,
really good.
I mean, Ninja Storm, I think he's talking about. I suppose, but
yeah.
I could have sworn that in some of them they just straight up took clips from the show.
Yeah, because it's cheaper.
Anyway, let's see. We now have let's see. Oh yes, manga news. Thank goodness. We still have more padding we can do. Golden Kamuy penis sizes officially ranked by the manga's creator.
What?
The thing we all been waiting for.
Yes, finally, after years of waiting, we now get to know. But I'm just going to pull up the characters so we remember. So as I read the names, you will be able to look at them and go, "Oh yes, I did picture it that long."
The size of the bump on his forehead is in what's the word? Starts with a C. Never mind.
Cock.
I forget.
Okay. All right. So okay. I watched Golden Kamuy for the podcast, seasons 1 and 2. It's one of the best shows I have ever watched for the podcast. I absolutely loved it. There's only one character I was like, that guy kind of sucks. Every other character in the show is fucking amazing, right? But I was really not like, I was blindsided by this. So I'll just put it that way. I was completely blindsided by this. Satoru Noda finally caves to reader demand. I mean, maybe it's because I've only watched the anime and not read the manga, but I'll be real. I didn't expect this. So in a new interview with Shueisha Online, Golden Kamuy manga creator Satoru Noda has finally caved to reader demand by providing a ranking. I like it. There's like a tier list. You open up the back page of the manga, and it's like where there's normally like the letter from the editor or whatever thing. It's just a tier list of how good their dicks are. So he finally caved to reader demand. Is Satoru Noda a guy? I don't even know. By providing a ranking of the characters' penis sizes. Okay, good. I wasn't incorrect. He remarked that among the 2,200 questions he received for the fan book, the most popular request was for a penis size ranking. Perverts, he thought.
I mean, it's so on brand with the show's dirty humor. Like you gotta give him a hand for that one.
What dirty humor? Like,
I mean, literally the thing I sent you last week about the asshole peeker.
Oh, right. Yes. That thing that might need to go in that one thing. Yeah. So, I mean, yes, it's a little bit like lewd, in like funny ways, but anyway, in any case, the readers have asked.
The further you go, the better it gets. Don't worry about it.
And Noda is now delivering. And so, without further ado, the Golden Kamuy characters with the largest penis sizes are as follows. So, remember before how I talked about supporting us and how more money and more time, like this is the part of the podcast where in the past, when I wasn't like just destroyed with work, I would be able to read these out and Reese would be clicking on an image that would.
If you want me to do that, you never gave me an answer.
I'm a fucking retard, okay? So Ushiyama is the biggest. Now, you're probably thinking, oh, was it that one guy? Yes. The thing is, we have a ranking. I bet you for the next fan book, it's going to be like, God damn it, I want numbers. Like,
no, they're just going to make illustrations.
Yeah, right. Tanigaki Nishpa.
All they have is like the characters standing naked and just a black bar hanging between their legs.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so Tanigaki Nishpa is apparently the second largest well-endowed individual in Golden Kamuy, followed by Botaro, who I don't even know who the fuck that is. Is that character in season 1?
You might have to look for the manga. See the manga characters.
Holy shit.
Because where the anime is at is still only volume 20.
Okay, so I have to go to the
30 some
manga.
volumes.
Fuck, I don't know how to do that.
So it's definitely including stuff you haven't even seen yet.
Manga. Where it's spelt with an I. All right. No, apparently it's still spelled with Y. Okay. I don't know who this character is. Botro.
Why don't you just put that character's name in the search bar for characters?
Because I don't fucking know if it's gonna be spelled with the OU or not. It's probably gonna be the O with the fucking like line over it. So now I have to type in the number 7 to get the right one, and it's not there. How dare you? Okay. I don't see him. I feel massively cucked. This is the thing that more funding would have prevented. I don't want to Google image search.
The best
this.
part
Support
of
our-
this
So
is the what's his name has the smallest one.
Okay. Oh, this is the guy from season 4.
support our cuck fund.
What the fuck? Why this? He's got a completely different name. All right, Botaro. I should have just gone to this in the first place. Is the guy from season 4's trailer or poster or whatever. Anyway, so continuing here. Kiraranke, Kikuta, Ariko. I don't know any of these people, so I'm just going to read them. Ianega, Vasily, Nihei, Lightning Bandit, Tsukishima, and Tsurumi. So Lieutenant Tsurumi is big enough to get mentioned, but at the end of the spectrum. Did part of his dick get blown off with the top of his head? Like, is that why he's so
he
low
has a
on the
freaking
list?
metal cap on it.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know you were in a chassis plate. No, that's my dick. In addition, Noda stated that Sugimoto, Ogata, Usami, Hijikata, and Koito are all average size, while Shiraishi is slightly smaller than average. So does that mean that he's bigger than Tsurumi, or like
He's
there's
at the
like
bottom of the
100 more names, right?
He's at
He's
the
at the
bottom of the
very
list.
bottom. As a final nugget of information, wait, you told me this was the Indian guy.
It is.
No, we just
Yeah.
looked him up. I just looked him up. You're thinking of the fuck? How did they get this wrong? This is literally the one character I just didn't give a shit about. I did not like in the whole show. Dear Lord, where is this fucker?
That is
You're thinking of this guy,
Koito.
Koito. That's not what the thing says.
Oh, that's a Koito. Never mind.
But I don't. Botaro's body is tall and slender, and so that is also reflected in his penis. See, I thought it was the Indian guy had a micro penis. This is like this. My headcanon is round. I'll never look at it the same way. No. Okay, so of course, according to Noda, it's not just pure size that matters; it's how you wield it. Noda also answered other questions in the interview that didn't make it into the fan book, like his favorite Genjiro moment and a funny anecdote about Ogata from his Russo Japanese war days. He also addresses his intentions with representing Ainu culture in the series, stating that he wanted the story to be an entertaining adventure tale first and foremost, so that it could properly serve as a gateway to readers. He hoped to represent Ainu culture positively while depicting both Japanese and Ainu individuals fairly as humans with both good and bad traits. So I just want to remind you what I said during the Watch Club, which was that my experience with Native American culture growing up is that in the middle of my Saturday morning cartoons, I would see advertisements telling me basically it would be a Native American who hilariously referred to himself as an Indian, because ironically only white liberals use the term Native American. But this guy who referred to himself as an Indian, dressed in a suit with like one of those bolo ties, saying, vote something or other on proposition blah blah blah, give Indian casinos back, basically my entire representation growing up with Native American culture was that they felt that they deserved their Indian casinos. It was their right. And I I was just saying, like, I just imagine if Native Americans actually had some form of, popular culture that actually made you give a shit beyond the fact that they're constantly begging you to let them have their Indian casinos, right? Whereas in the case of Golden Kamuy, the fucking Ainu shit is goddamn amazing. Like they made you care, right? By giving you through entertainment, have given me like knowledge I didn't previously have, and a enjoyment for the culture, and an understanding of why it's important to preserve it, and all these things in modern time.
Are you saying that North America didn't have a good show?
We got Dances with Wolves.
Yeah, but I mean, Last Samurai was better. So
You didn't watch Free Willy?
no, I have a thing about whales. I deal with too many whales.
As it is.
Not calling anybody out. Anyway,
Actually, I disagree. We don't have enough whales supporting us.
Oh, we don't have any whales
Yeah,
supporting us, apparently.
we do have a whale right here. He's the whale we hooked.
Is that right? I know you love me.
Still giving us money. All right. So as we round out those last 10 minutes, I perfectly timed. I really hope our guest arrives at exactly the time he's getting home and not like 10 minutes later, because otherwise this isn't going to work. So Sonic eats wild animals in Sonic Frontiers X Monster Hunter collab. So this is weird. Remember, we usually do this is a thing. This is a weird thing. You know what? Actually, I'm going to throw in another article, because there's actually something equally weird that I shared recently and thought, let's not cover this, but look how weird this is. But you know what? Now it's appropriate. After I scroll down here and show you the rest of this, he kind of like, he's somewhat like, I'm the predator, bitch. Like, and then this one's like, and this is the costume I bought at Walmart. I don't understand. Why does one of them look like the kids, like the one that's made out of cardboard that you cut off of your McDonald's Happy Meal box and tied the string around it around your head, kind of thing. And this is like, yeah, it's my original design. I'm gonna go enter the masquerade at this convention. Like.
So Monster Hunter has like two variants to each type of armor you can craft.
The one that looks like you made it yourself, and the one that looks like it belongs in universe.
It's like one's alpha, one's beta. They literally just look different. There's no particular like one's the canon or non-canon or something.
Let me guess which one's alpha.
Yeah.
Anyway, this one looks like it would fit Knuckles with like the tendril version.
So question, is this a Monster Hunter DLC coming to Sonic Frontier, or this is a Sonic playable in Monster Hunter?
Sonic Frontier launches. Like, what if this is the one that's in Monster Hunter and this is the one that's in Sonic Frontier? What if that ends up being what it is?
That'd be weird, but okay.
So it says here, Sonic Frontiers launches on November 8th, and just a few days later, it's getting a free collaboration with Capcom's Monster Hunter series. The Monster Hunter themed DLC will launch for all players in Sonic Frontiers on November 14th, and includes apparel and items like Rathalos, feline Rathalos, and a Pipin hot barbecue spit. Wow. Can't wait till that's in my Sonic Frontiers. There's also a meat grilling mini game that will help Sonic power up, and you can see some art and screens for a sample of how Sonic looks dining on some wild animal parts. I just think it's funny that like he's not eating a chili dog; he's eating a fucking leg. Like something about that is just way too funny to me. Like, hey, I'm Sonic, and I eat what I kill. Like. See that cat over there? This is his brother's leg. I just thought that was funny. Anyway, so here's the other thing I also saw. VTuber Korone has said the N-word, by the way, delivers her tasty treats in collaboration cafe with Sonic the Hedgehog. I don't understand why. Her hair is blue too instead of brown. Like, it's quite something. Also, Knuckles. That's the thing. I've stalled all I can, but that's it. That's the thing. So continuing from here, I saw this. I've been holding off on this. Just a little video comparing my animation with the MSX original. So I'm going to play this for you. And I invite you to find at Bipedal Bastard and follow him on Twitter, because this is fucking cool. Let me go back to StreamYard. Okay. So I got it right here. I'm going to show you the video. Feel free to unmute. So it's like literally every screen from the game.
The music sounds like Pokemon almost.
Yes, I didn't bring a gun. This is perfect. Shot that one guy in the dick. Definitely the best way to handle security is to have your stupid things on the like sliding on the rail. Gets caught as soon as he walks into that screen. Yeah, I guess in the game you actually punch a wall down. Don't worry, Gray Fox, I'll save you. Fucking bust that wall. Just saying, that is perhaps the coolest animation I've ever seen. And if you're interested, there is, again, this is from August. I've been holding on to it for a while. There's more. Like, there's more animation to be seen if you want to follow him and check it out. He also got a retweet from Hideo Kojima. So that was pretty cool. That's probably how I found out about it. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you guys.
Well,
Looks
I'm
cool.
going to comment on Random 11's behalf and saying it's undermined by the CG. Oh no!
What CG? There was none. Since apparently we still have 2 minutes. No. I guess we'll fuck.
While we wait for Duo, we can move on to some other stuff for a little bit.
We're gonna, what we'll do is we'll talk about the CG. Hold on. Giveth me a momento while I also find that link that I've got on this other screen here. Not that one. Not that one. Fuck. It's one of the tweets. Is it this one? No. No. Yes. Found it. Okay. So I saw this the other day and I thought, hey, you know who would love this? My good buddy, Random 11. He is the world's biggest fan of animation. So I saw this. Hold on. Let me just pull it in here. There we go. Yes. Okay. All these things I was thinking like, oh, I want to talk about this, but it probably doesn't fit in the doc. Well, now it does, bitch. So I
Well,
saw
it doesn't
this.
really fit in the video game news, but
No.
all right.
I don't. Who cares? As I've said before, the doc itself is only important for when we want to talk about things, and the header for them don't matter. What is everybody's thoughts of this beautiful animation? Except for the weird like ending.
Well, because
it's
said
nice.
so. Because you said so verbally, it's beautiful. Like we can't say otherwise.
Yes, but what if I told you
It's CG.
it's CG?
You didn't get Random 11's approval or disapproval before revealing it. You didn't.
I
trap him.
showed it to him before we were live.
Oh,
And I noticed it was CG right away.
you seen the CG?
I noticed it was CG right away.
I did doubt. I doubt.
I mean, AC, back me up on that.
Let's see. What was? I believe what you said was, it looks really good for CG or something like that.
Which means beforehand.
to be fair, yeah, the only English in the whole thing. Yeah.
There we go. I didn't even notice that.
I tried not to showcase it. So anyway, it's pretty cool. I think it's done in Blender with grease pencil as the action lines, which is pretty cool. Amazing work, really. Now the question
I think
is,
it does look good, except the backflip and the
The
landing.
question is, where's Duo?
Where's our one true love when we need him the most?
I'm just gonna check out my messages.
I mean, would it be worth it if we got our comments initiated and then he can...
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Sorry. He'll probably join in like
0.5 of a second.
Oh shit, I should probably not close those things that aren't in the doc that I still need to add later. Good job, me. All right.
Read the comments.
Okay. Yeah, comments. That's a good idea. I'm really good at a certain point in the podcast. I just forget that there's comments. All right. Mirage Leonardo says snake, 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 and
It
I
looks
don't know
like
what that is.
It's a shark.
It's a shark. Okay. Is it that weird? I mean, we did get Sonic and the Black Knight. I don't know about that. A reverse crossover with Monster Hunter. Metal Gear. Is that Ryu? That's yes, right? Would watch. See? And you're all like, yeah, it's pretty cool. Too bad
Sonic-
there's CG in it. It kind of reminded me. Sorry, it kind of reminded me of when he's in the box in the Metal Gear Solid thing. It kind of reminds me of Archer, like the facial animation and stuff. Anyway,
I think Sonic and the Black Knight was he wore a little like a night suit, and it was in real world. But the weirder one that everyone comments on is the werehog.
You're right.
Right?
that was the
Jesus
darkest
Christ,
moment.
this is a thing. Who?
Which one are you talking about? The
Well,
knight?
I'm just looking at the Sonic and the Black Knight, and at least they had the decency
to cover up his balls.
that he's not eating animals he killed and is instead shoving a chili dog down his mouth.
What?
Hold on, is the screen share? I pulled that with timing for that.
Wow. That's weird.
Sonic and the big black dick.
Yeah,
All right. No, stop.
The cool 2T says, shill your links. The RTX 4090 releases tomorrow.
Okay. So I would like to remind everybody that if you go to the Discord, there's this really super cool channel, not called Pickups, called Deals and Sales. And if you see something on Amazon that you want, you can post it from Amazon.com or Amazon.ca, and our affiliate bot will take your link and convert it to our affiliate link. And then after you've closed the tab in your computer, you can click the affiliate link and then buy. And then that way, that RTX 4090 will cost you the same amount of money, but like 5% of the cost of it will go to us. And that'll help the show with our budget problem.
You can also go to the Support Us channel as well.
That is also a thing that I forgot exists. Support Us.
They give us
And
money.
this has
channel. No.
Amazon.com, Amazon.ca, Right Stuff, Humble Bundle, the Patreons, right? All those. So they're all right here. So also just sort of, oh, hey, the whale. the whale must summon duo. Come forth duo. Yeah, we should text him.
No. I think.
Oh,
you
wait, he
should
said I'm
text
home.
him.
Give me a couple minutes to get set up. All right, cool. Sweet.
It worked. No, it doesn't.
Legitimately? Yes. Perfect.
That's what
All
we'll
right.
claim.
So, I already forgot what I was talking about. Yeah. So in terms of like the way the show used to work back in the day was, I would basically have 2 days off, and I would spend one day prepping the doc, and I would spend the next day hosting the podcast. Right. And now there's so many more things I want to do with the show. Right. Like I have some spicy merch that like, I am pretty sure, like no joke, I'm pretty sure my fulfillment center is just going to outright refuse to do it. Like that is how spicy it is. And I want so desperately to produce it. And I'm like, I'm just about to pull the trigger on it, but I need that extra day to finalize the design so that I'm not giving you guys like a half-assed thing, right? And I gotta get that shit ordered and get it to myself and pitch it to you guys and show you how great it's gonna be. And then like that's that thing. Then there's the shorts, which have been somewhat successful, I think, in terms of like we had one for the TikTok that was like 85,000 views, you know. So it's like a good way to generate traffic back to the show, and it's like that takes a day at least to edit, you know, and not having that extra time, or when that time is there, like filling it with that and then finding out, oh shit, there's actually a lot of complicated things to cover on the articles, and it's been stressful. So I appreciate your $10. Thank you. So Mirage Leonardo has moved on without us. All right, so let's jump in. Duo will jump in a moment. So, Super Mario movie's first trailer. Actually, do you want to talk about the poster first, or that way we can delay? Let's do that. So the Super Mario movie trailer dropped finally, and allow me to showcase, because I put it right here in a way where I could click on it and zoom in. This was the Nintendo Direct poster. I don't know if this is the movie poster. What do you guys think? I mean, it seems like it would be, but they don't have like Mario written on it. It was just the Nintendo Direct thing right underneath.
I mean, they probably will repurpose it for the movie poster as well.
Where would they put? I guess they would just put Mario here. And
Yeah,
I guess
that seems like such a dumb.
I think they would
thing
put
to
it
do,
below
though.
by his feet, probably.
Okay. So let's take a look at the. Let's take
Wait,
a
I
look
just
at.
realized why they don't have Mario facing the camera on the poster, because if they saw how hideous his face was, they'd be like, I don't want to see this bootleg ass Mario movie.
So let's take a look at the stills that Sankaku Complex has provided us before we discuss the actual voices and whatnot. How do you guys feel about the representation of the characters, how they look? Do you think that they've nailed it, or do you think
I think Bowser looks really good.
he looks like Bowser though?
Yeah.
No.
I
think
feel
so.
like this feels really weird to me because whenever you see Bowser, I don't think you ever see him with his mouth closed where there's not teeth showing.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess the two like fang teeth.
Yeah, there's always at least a fang. Did somebody just pop in? I thought Dua popped in.
No, but this is also just like one frame of the animation, so.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling to see if I can find an image to showcase that would. I like my last Mario outing was like fucking Mario Party for the N64. So
My
I'm
last
basically
Mario outing was 5 minutes ago with Mario Kart Go.
yeah, I'm just thinking about like how it looks in
Or Kart Tour, I should say.
when you're like grabbing the pieces of his face and like dragging them around. So yeah, it's not 100% quite, there in terms of that. Like there's a little bit of oddity to it, but other than like it more or less hits it on the head, I will say that. So moving on from here, we've got in the trailer, which I can't actually show you the trailer, unfortunately. I've got clips prepared that I will show you that I've copyright circumvented. But in the trailer, Mario appears to get isekai'd into the Mushroom
Inverse
Kingdom.
isekai. Oh wait, no, not inverse isekai. Well, I mean, it is from our perspective because we only know him in the Mario world.
Right? Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. So they've taken the bold approach of basically enshrining that this is a sequel to the one with John Leguizamo from the live action. So this is just something to look at. I'll show you a clip of this in a minute.
I just want to see Daisy with that gun that was at the end of the first movie.
Ha ha!
Oh,
Perfect.
Hello.
not perfect yet.
Dude, we have almost perfectly stalled just enough to get you here. That's perfect.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So we were just talking about the design before we got into the voices. And I was mentioning how Bowser looks really good, but I feel like it's a little bit weird to see him with his mouth closed without any teeth visible.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I think is just in general kind of interesting about this is that Bowser's never actually been animated to this extent. Like, we don't ever see his mouth flaps moving to an actual thing because the games aren't designed that way.
Yeah, he doesn't even have like dialogue that like, well, again, my last Mario outing was Mario Party for the N64 where he goes like roar and like jumps around and celebrates that he just stole your coins and then yeah, so you're right, I can't really think of...
Well, it's like even the modern games, like the most complex I think it ever gets is Odyssey, and even then he speaks in like just kind of like noises while his mouth kind of just moves randomly, but they've never had to make him have expressions like this. And it's something I've seen some people point out where it's like, it's just kind of shocking seeing these characters move like this, I guess, if you've because we've never had anything on this level for this character. But
have you forgotten the cartoon?
The cartoon was not animated that well, actually. It was quite cheaply produced. But
Have you forgotten about the CDI animations?
It was still animated well enough that you could tell that his mouth was moving.
I guess so, but I still think they did a real good job with it. Like one of the big things I was scared of was that they're gonna make the designs look too Illumination-esque, which like I don't know if you've seen the humans.
Believe it or not,
movies,
I actually think they have, but go on.
I just want to say real quick that it did not, when I first saw it, like I noticed when I pulled it up here that it is a little bit weird to not see his teeth when his mouth is closed, because I just, from what I remember of the games, where I don't think his mouth ever actually closes in the games I played, which again, N64 era, right? So, but that's the only thing I noticed that was weird about it. And when I watched the trailer, I I thought Bowser was like fantastic. I didn't think there was an issue with him at all. It didn't strike me as odd. But again,
it's his proportions look kind of flat, like he's been compressed down a bit compared to the actual Bowser 3D model. Like his face is squished down
a little bit.
Like
that goes for all the characters.
And I sort of feel like so silhouette wise, they're doing a little bit of a different look because it's in order to do lip flaps and stuff, it's kind of difficult to do a dragon mouth like Smog, right? And have the character actually talk and have it lip flap and feel correct, which is why, by the way, in the Spawn movie, they decided they did the math on how much movement it would require for Malbolgia to talk to Spawn, and they're like, yeah, his jaw would weigh something like 20 tons. So they're like, yeah, we just decided not to try to animate it like he was talking, because the moving of the mouth would literally like create, like, in order to talk, he'd have to talk extremely slow. So they basically, what they did for Spawn was they made the powers of hell like speak for him or something. Anyway, so yeah, they've pulled his nose back.
Well, you also have to remember that this exact frame is him like almost like a cat, like getting ready to pounce. So he's like turtling his body a little bit. So that's why his face is kind of like smushed, because he's just about to like attack these penguin people.
So since
might not be the best.
Here, I got a comparison for you. If we oh, well, so much for that. This is in background.
Way to go, Johnny.
Fucking idiot.
It's a little different.
Where's the overlays?
The overlays are right above it, you dumb
Oh, they're
schmuck.
at the top.
I was trying not to draw. I'm like, what is he going into Filthy Frank? The only channel I do. Like,
no, I'm still in the channel you're using.
Okay, so
Here we
go.
go.
Sorry. So this is what I'm talking about with the teeth, right? That's what I feel like I should be seeing when I look at this. So it's not terrible, You were saying so now the deal is here. We can kind of go into it. It's not news. We knew who the cast was. Bowser is being played by Jack Black.
Yeah.
Right. And when I first heard it, I was like, I hear somebody I know, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I had to look it up, and I was like, oh yeah, Jack Black, that's who it was, right? So I thought he actually did a pretty decent job. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Like, I agree. I think as a whole, it's one of those things where you don't really even hear Jack Black in him until the end of his scream. You could hear it a little bit then. It's like, oh yeah, okay, that's Jack Black. But
yeah, when he's screaming on the star and says, "Who's gonna stop me now?" Like that part, you could definitely hear Jack Black come in.
Yeah,
I'm gonna play a clip from the trailer real quick.
That is but a taste of our fury. Do you yield? I do not.
Anyway, so that's there's the Jack.
Gotta
Black
love their
voice.
enthusiasm.
I honestly, I think like when I saw that, I was like, that is the perfect way for me, like to sucker me into wanting to go see this movie. That was the perfect way to start the trailer. And it's probably how the movie's gonna start too, but you know what I mean? Like just, it was just a really funny juxtaposition of how it goes from there. So anyway, I interrupted Duo, I think, when I brought that up.
I don't
talking about.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, like, I think we were talking about something to do with the look.
Okay.
Actually, I was leading into one of you guys was talking to me before the show about how you feel like there's this weird Jack Blackness
I said that.
Kinda.
Is it just me, or does he? It looked like they kind of made Bowser look like Jack Black a bit more.
You know, I kind of see it.
So you know how Shrek actually kind of looks like Mike Myers?
That's kind of weird because
You know?
it was originally supposed to be Chris Farley.
Right. And there is a different design for the
Yeah.
Chris Farley version. Right. But they go out of their way to make the 3D character resemble the
Like they would
voice
actually
actor.
have that voice coming out of their throat.
Well, because the reason why is because when they record the line that you then animate to, they're also recording your face. So you're delivering the line and they've got cameras looking at you from different angles, and that gets given to the animators, right? And so the nuanced lines of like how your face is shaped, the animators can exaggerate and stuff because the models have been designed to also sort of look like you. And also, you know, in some, I think in Shrek it's more stylized than some other things. But for me, what I see isn't so much that Bowser kind of somewhat looks like Jack Black. To me, Bowser kind of sort of looks like Kung Fu Panda, who kind of sort of looks like Jack Black because Jack Black voiced, you know, like that's kind of how it feels to me. But yeah, the plot of the movie is that Bowser is acquiring a power star, or whatever they called it, like the invincibility star.
Yeah, well, there's
And then-
technically a difference between power stars and invincibility stars. Because
Once again, I only know up to Mario Party. For the
Yeah,
N64.
well,
Yeah.
the thing is most people wouldn't you wouldn't know it at a cursory glance, but it's like power stars themselves in the lore are like incredibly powerful things. In Galaxy specifically, they're what allow you to basically travel at light speed to go fight Bowser at a certain point. So they
Well, let's put it this way. The power star is the collectible, whereas the invincibility star is the power up.
yeah, exactly.
I never even thought of that. I'm assuming this is a power star and not an invincibility star.
Well, if it's an invincibility
Well, that's
star, it's going to
'cause
last
you've
but
played-
11 seconds.
Yeah.
You've played more Mario than Brad. That's
Yeah, because the only reason I even knew the term power star is because that's what the Rounding into Comics article used.
Oh.
I legitimately thought it was the invincibility star, and they were just called power stars. So,
It's the first time I've been hearing invisibility stars. So,
invincibility star.
and invisibility.
Yeah, well, there's
Oh,
a
I
bunch
was
of different stars in the
invisibility.
series, lore-wise. It's like you
Okay.
get the power stars, the invincibility stars, the green stars, which are equivalent to power stars but are different. The silver stars, which combine to make one, but they're like there's a lot of weird shit with that. I don't even know why.
I
you're bringing this up.
clearly have missed quite a bit in
I-
terms of the lore.
I'm a Mario expert. Like I'm gonna be real. I live and breathe this dumb shit. So like I know way more about this series and its lore than than even exists. Honestly, I think half of it I just make up. Like,
What's your ranking in Mario Kart Tour?
don't play that one. I'm not into mobile games, so that one I have skipped.
What's your ranking? You want to brag?
51.
50? Only 51?
Dude, it goes by like 1 week. If you're in the top 3, you go up 1. If
Yeah, I
you're
know.
not in the top 3 or like top 4 and 5, you
Well,
go
actually, that's incorrect, Reese. At the lower ranks, you can go up 2 if you get
the
in the
lower
top
rank,
one.
you go
Whoa.
down.
Someone's
No,
an
at the
expert here.
at the
Well,
lower.
at the very lower ones, yes, but when you go higher up, you can only move up 1,
At the higher ranks, yes, you can only move up 1.
which is
So
why
I just want to shut you guys up and talk about the fact that one of the things about this that I'm a little iffy on is I feel like we are getting too many conflicting styles in terms of when I look at this, like it's all fucking over the place in terms of the fact that we have actual like the levels, right? Where it's like side scrolly kind of, you know?
It's actually
Like-
based off Super Mario 3D World specifically. Fun fact.
Yeah, I figured that one is. I think that's the one where you get like the fursona suit. right?
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, so we've got that going on, right?
You think so?
Yeah, because it's got all the pipes.
I honestly just
Aren't
think
those
it's
a
like,
thing? Isn't that a motif from that specific game?
well,
Pipes are in
that-
all the
it's-
games.
yeah, they're in all the
Oh,
games.
no fucking duh. But aren't the multicolored pipes
Mhm.
along the surface of the?
Super Mario World introduced the multicolored pipes all the way back in Super Nintendo days.
Mhm.
I guess you could argue that Super Mario 3D World had them like sprawled out against the landscape.
Yes,
But
which
that's
is what
more
I-
of a an ad, like the a representation of it just moving into 3D, and not necessarily something I would say is like the fact or a specific call to that game, right? It's just like, oh well, pipes in 3D, of course they have to sprawl somewhere.
You know, I'm
So
gonna mention. I think it's like something I just noticed as you've been showing this. The way they've laid this out is actually kind of interesting, where they've made these platforms into some kind of actual functional thing. Because these weird block areas, they're the ones where they have the houses on, which is like, yeah, logically speaking, if you're gonna put a house, you don't want to put it on one of these weird hills. You want something more structured and flat. So it's like I didn't even realize that.
Oh,
but
you're
that's
talking
a
about these
smart-
houses? Gotcha.
Yeah, you could see them in all the square little block areas. That's where all the houses are. But you don't see them on these hills or any of the weird naturey parts. And I didn't even realize that until now.
Yeah,
It's
so
kind
this
of
is
smart.
what I'm talking about, is that we've got these very conflicting styles going on, right? So simultaneously we have the mushrooms that look like sort of like toad, like the ones that we're used to seeing from the game. And then we've also got these giant ass, like super tall, stocky mushrooms.
Hold
Right.
on. He said that the red ones were poisonous or whatever. Don't eat them. But that's the
No, he
one that
says that-
makes him
he says
get
it
big
about-
and hard. No.
He says it about the
Yeah.
blue one. It says it specifically about the blue one.
Yeah, but the blue one's actually fine, is what he says. So
Yeah, which I don't know. It's the purple one that makes you poisoned,
Well,
right? Or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
blue would also make you hard, right? The
Yeah,
blue
well,
one.
The
the blue one turns you small, actually, like really, really small.
Oh, that.
yeah.
So don't
They've
get
got it
that if you want the
backwards.
Viagra replacement.
the giant mushrooms there are also in the game
Oh, right,
as
the
well,
yeah,
right?
they have actually differently styled mushrooms they're not
Okay.
exactly the same as this, but in like the new Super Mario Brothers games, for example, they'll have these long flat ones and stuff like this that are similar. So I think that might be partially what they're pulling from.
it just feels weird to me. Like it's got a bunch of conflicting like motif style chain. Like they feel very strange. Like they're all rendered with the same rendering engine, so like they're unified in the lighting and surface and stuff. But you've got like these giant ass hills, which I remember from the Super NES game. You'd see them in the background with like they have like eyes. And I think like the clouds might have had like eyes
Yeah.
and stuff too.
Yep.
So that's kind of like what I feel like I'm getting out of that. But then all
Definitely
this
what
other
they're
stuff,
going for.
just feels like it. I know it's from the games, but this is
The
like
tall mushrooms were also in that game as well. The Super Mario World.
okay. But the point is that it just when you see it in the hyper real rendery engine, that feels weirdly like I can see that this very much is an amalgamation of a bunch of styles that should not coalesce, but they don't bother me as much as it feels like they should, but it is something that I noticed that I just thought like is a little bit weird. And I also want to point out this very much
Yeah.
reminds me of the mini game house or whatever from
item
from
shop
Mario Party,
in
the item
Mario
shop,
Party.
right? Okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm not crazy. Random Mom was like, nah, it kind of reminds me of this other thing. I'm like, no, you're wrong. Also, Donkey Kong is in this, and so is Cranky Kong for some reason.
Yeah, Donkey Kong's voiced by Seth Rogen. By the way, I want to point out something. At the antique shop, the S at the end of antiques, they fucked that up. That's not how you do a pixel art S. I don't know why they did it that way. That's the wrong way to do it. Like, I just wanted to point it out.
You mean because it doesn't like go up at the end here?
Yeah, you're supposed to make both rounded things equal when you do pixel art. I don't know why they picked that thing where it's like half a Z, half an S.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It looks like a backwards 2.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a strange choice considering the fact that like it's supposed to be pixelated, but they didn't get it right.
It's a little easier to see actually on this one. It is actually where's my plus button? There it is. It is actually like an L shape and then like a Tetris-y kind of doohickey. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
they
the
fucked
top
it up.
one, yeah, because the L shape doesn't. So what it is, I think, is that it's not the proper number of like pixels, right? Like the E
Yeah.
is like the center point is low. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Huh.
Yeah, so I'm not. It's a really. It doesn't matter at all.
It
It was
ruins
just
the
something
whole
I
movie,
noticed.
you know. Like,
But nah.
I don't
Man.
think I can
well,
see it.
Also, another point, I guess, since the camera's there, what the frick is with people all talking about Mario's butt the whole time? Like, there are people actually mad about the fact that he's not thicker than that. It's like, dude.
It does look weird.
Yeah,
but
well, you
it
guys
might be
remember the. I need an Ultraman ass pronto. Like, can we?
Oh my god.
I just.
We did like I don't know if you've ever seen Ultraman's ass, but
I
it's
have not.
non-existent. So we fixed that one podcast.
Oh my god.
Now,
He was
what
ultra
is it?
thick by the end.
I want to draw attention to Mario's face, but they don't have a great
there
picture.
isn't a great image, but they did have one. So we can look at the one that they had. And I've got the video. We can look at the video. I just don't want to play it like over and over and over again. You know?
But- well,
So that's the best I can show you for the face.
Yeah, because this is my. I mean, there's other shots that look like give you a better idea of what they've done. But
So
now, see, I disagree. I think it's the opposite. I think there are some shots that make it look weird because you're taking a still frame, but this shot makes it look normal. You know what I mean?
Well,
like you're
so-
saying,
well,
like
when I
me
saw it
ask
in
you, what
motion,
do
I
you
got
think-
AIDS. No.
Well, hold on. I could have sworn there was one where another image where his mouth was open because I was looking for it too.
Just go on Google Images and look like Mario
I don't
movie.
wanna-
By the way,
Okay, I'm gonna have to. Yeah. Oh wait,
Duo,
no
You
wait.
can hit.
it's the one that
disable
was
cam.
leaked, right, from
Oh.
Walmart.
From
I
it was
assumed it was
McDonald's,
already
I think.
disabled.
or Whatever.
Well, your
but yeah,
OBS
you're
is
right. That is what
like
I'm thinking
hooked
of.
up as a virtual cam or something.
Oh,
There
okay.
you
Well,
go. Now you
just,
match.
I guess so.
Okay, let me look up Super Mario movie.
But no, Random 11 in the trailer, it was off-putting for me. So
While
I-
it was moving,
Yeah.
I was the exact opposite.
I thought it looked really nice. Like, I was terrified they were gonna mess it up, and it's like they flattened him out a little bit. But other than that, it looks like Mario to me, which is like that's what I'm looking for. Because I was worried this would be like first Sonic movie trailer
Yeah.
level design.
So,
Where
his
okay.
eyes are tilted like inwards.
I
The
don't know, I don't
fuzziness
think
of
it's
his
that weird.
mustache kind of bugged me, but what are you
All
gonna
right,
do?
so we got OG and new one.
See, I think this is that's a misrepresentation of the character. That screenshot.
This screenshot versus that
So,
screenshot. The
that's-
one he's adding.
The screenshot of the movie
Okay.
is a misrepresentation of what he looks like in the movie. Like he's making a face in that movie, so
Because
it's
he's
stretching his
injured?
face out.
Yeah.
His cheeks
So
look like they're like lower, and then his eyes are tilted inwards.
so the thing that I felt was different and was giving me those vibes. Like if I was having to look for, I really didn't think it was a big deal, right? But the thing that I felt was you don't normally see Mario's mouth ever this wide.
That's generally true. Yeah.
So he's got a much more narrow face shape, right? In terms of the mouth the mouth movements, right? Which in this particular case, he's doing like like he's actually pulling his. So he is doing something that would do that. It's not unnatural for him to be like this. And maybe for most of it, you'll see him in things that are more common to what he does in the game. Because basically, the thing about the games is that you don't get the emote of a real actor from the games.
Yeah.
Right. It's more partially due to technical limitations, kind of played off a little differently. You
get him going, woohoo!
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in terms of voicing, do you guys want to move into? Oh,
Sure, I'm
real quick,
fine.
real quick, hold on. The other thing is his eyes are more round, whereas normally if you put the image back up,
Where'd it go?
I got it. If you put the image back up, his eyes are usually more ovular, like they're tall.
Yeah.
So his actual physical shape of his eyeball is what I'm saying. Is more it's more ovular. Whereas
I think
now,
with me it was the spacing in the eye. It looks like way more narrow.
spacing in the eye.
Like between the eyeballs?
Yeah.
Oh, it's more narrow in the movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
That does seem a little bit more.
I think that was the biggest thing. But what I'm getting at is that they have like the original 3D masters, if you will, and I don't know why they couldn't have effectively ran with just that.
Well, again, I think it's because the emote isn't going to be there. I think that there are changes that have to be made to
My
for the
N64,
animators.
Mario 64 loading main menu says otherwise. No.
Well, I think that there's more that you're going to get out of the performance of the actor because they changed it a little bit, and it's more or less there. You know, it's not perfect in terms of like it's obviously not like they just took the exact model and just reused them. And then the third thing is the eyebrows here. He has these very swoopy eyebrows, whereas here they're much more like they behave like actual eyebrows, meaning that they don't move independently of what they're attached to on his skin. You know what I mean? So that's the other major difference that I kind of noticed here. Now, in terms of the voice acting, you guys will recall that he is voiced by Chris Pratt. Okay.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
in podcast 167, I was not there for that podcast, and I deliberately cut a video for you guys to play. And it's really funny because during the segment when you guys covered it, FDDM at the right at the end is like, do you want to play the video? And they're like, Reese is like, look, I know when you're the host, it actually is very stressful to be in this seat, to be the main host driving everything behind the scenes. But it's like Reese does not hear the 3 separate times. Footham's like, you want to play that video? Yeah, you know, like AC put that video, and you want to play the video? Like, and he just like moving on, like just so. Anyway, so I'm gonna play this minute-long video.
Resignation letter, okay?
Yeah. He sent me his resignation letter along with the entrails for where he already seppuku'd himself. So anyway, this is from a year ago, September of 2021. This was Chris Pratt basically in the announcement of I'm playing Mario, right? And I felt like this would be something that would be great to have referred back to because you watched it in podcast 167, but you didn't. So you are lucky. You are lucky that you helped with the Lupin release, young man. So anyway, I'm going to play it for you now.
So when I was a kid, I lived in Lake Stevens, Washington, and there's this coin-operated laundromat near my house, and it had Super Mario Brothers, the original arcade game. Oh, I loved that game. I never had a quarter, it felt like. I'd either steal them from the wishing well. You know, I'd steal. That's wild. Just dawned on me right now. The quarter I stole out of the wishing well to play Super Mario Brothers has come true that I get to be the voice of Mario. But I clearly stole someone else's wish. So just waiting for that row of karma dominoes to come crashing down on me. But as it is right now, it's a Mario. That's not the voice. You'll have to wait to hear the voice. But we've been working hard at it, and I'm really excited to announce that I'm going to be the voice of that video game that I dreamed about playing as a kid. Dreams come true.
Well, we're gonna see the results finally of how hard he's been working on that voice and see if that karma is gonna come back.
So let's hear. Let's hear his voice. Let's hear it.
What is this place? Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
So to quote Hard Drive, who would have thought that Chris Pratt's big secret voice in the Mario movie would be his normal speaking voice?
Yeah, he added like an Italian twang to a little bit, but it's hardly noticeable. It's just like, yeah. We worked really hard on it. Yeah.
So I would just like to say, I adore Chris Pratt.
Me
Okay.
too.
I actually, unironically, I don't think I've ever seen something that he was in, except for fucking goddamn Jurassic World, which I despise. I don't think I've seen anything he was in that I didn't enjoy him in. Right.
Yeah.
And even though he's okay in Jurassic World, but the movie itself is just trash. The whole series. But so I don't want to come at this like I just fucking hate Chris Pratt, because I actually really like him. Freaking I watched Tomorrow War on Amazon Prime. That movie was fucking great. Terminal List is probably the best TV I have ever seen. Like that was like the most fun I have watched in that type of thing. He nailed it. All right, it's fucking great. And of course in Parks and Recreation as Andy Dwyer, fucking the GOAT, right? So anyway, I don't want to sound like I dislike him as Mario, but I gotta be real. It really kind of sucks that Charles Martinet is literally in the fucking movie as surprise cameo characters, but like it's just,
but not as Mario.
Okay.
yeah,
So
like
I don't. Here's the thing about Charles Martinet's voice acting. It's fine in very short bursts, but the idea of sitting down to watch a multi-hour movie and then having to listen to all of Mario's dialogue being like this would get really annoying.
So
I
I hear that argument, and I do agree. Just to be clear, but I do think it's really fun. Like, let's take ourselves away from the fact that Charles Martinet is not playing Mario. Again, I'm going to restate this. I think it sucks ass that the guy who has played Mario for like fucking 50 years, who has literally won awards in the Guinness Book for playing a character in more, like him being Mario in more consecutive installments of Mario, like he's literally won awards for it, and then you're like, hey, we want you to be in the Mario movie. Oh, my finally it's my shot, right? It's like, we don't want you to play Mario, and we're gonna let somebody else fuck your wife. Like this is what they're doing. Like,
it's a little mean, I will admit, but I this is just how it goes.
I agree that his voice might get a little annoying depending on how much talking he has.
He could be like a silent protagonist, like, okay.
So here's the problem is he also voices Luigi, and he's a major character in this.
I
so
would have had him do both.
They should have had John Leguizamo come back at least to voice Luigi.
I would have loved that. But
I want to remind you of not the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, but the other one, the Super Mario 3 cartoon, right?
Yeah.
They had a very different style of speaking in that compared to the games, because this is before the games even had, vocalization in it. And that is also, I identify that as Mario too, like when I think about how Mario talks. And so that's not Charles Martinet, but I'm just sort of, it was a weird thought to not quite link up properly, but basically the way I kind of look at it is, if Chris Pratt had more mimicked that, I think that actually could have worked, right? And had them just sort of do the hey paisanos kind of voice.
Hey, so
even though that's the Super Mario Bros. Super Show one, but you know what I'm talking about. Anyway,
so I wanted to bring that up. Actually, I'm glad you mentioned it, because the voice actor specifically for the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, Lou Albano, the voice he does for Mario is literally just his voice.
Yeah.
There's almost no change to it. And everybody loves that voice. I love that voice.
Mm-hmm.
But when Chris Pratt only has a slight change, then it's suddenly weird. And it's like, dude, it's just how it goes.
Well,
I don't think it's that big of a problem.
I think the problem is that it's not Chris Pratt's first rodeo playing a character that is literally just his voice. You know what I mean?
I guess, but I just don't think it's like as big of a deal as people make it out to be on Twitter.
Just to be clear, I don't think it's a major deal or anything. Like the real reason I wanted to do the coverage here on the show is because we have other stuff to talk about that I thought was interesting, such as
hold on. I have three quick things to say.
Yes.
Hopefully that I can get out quick. One,
Right.
Charles Martinet could have done a different Mario voice for the movie. He didn't have to
Toned
do
it
the
down a
same
little.
voice that he does in the
Yeah.
games. And he does other voices in other games where he does
is
normal
a
voice
professional
acting.
voice actor. Yes.
Yeah. So, just because in the games he kind of hams it up and it might be annoying to see that, doesn't mean that's what he would have brought to the movie.
I think you're touching on the other aspect of this that's annoying is that Nintendo felt it was, or whoever it made the ultimate creative decision, felt it was more important to get a Hollywood actor than to just bank on the fact that every single person on the planet knows who Mario is. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Charles could have just. I'd rather Charles do his normal voice than Chris Pratt do his normal voice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Then-
guess, but like I'd make the argument that if we have Charles Martinet doing a different voice for Mario, then what's really the purpose of like that's just gonna feel jarring in a different way to me, where it's like, so why do we have him in here if he's not gonna sound like Mario? This it's just strange.
Well, I'm not saying
very
I'm
much
not saying
going to
go
do
like
in
180
production.
on the
You
character
like
voice.
maybe 25% Mario accent.
Yeah,
Well, look,
I think
this
looking
is the thing. No, this is the thing people don't what you associate with Mario is him hopping around, doing like woohoo and all that, and then the Mamma Mia kind of like that very occasional actual dialogue you get, right? So I agree. You could have Charles Martinet do it and kind of tone it down and like have it just sort of come out, like in the exclamatory sequences,
That could work
really
better.
just sort of lean into it for those,
maybe.
but yeah, I don't know. It's not an ideal scenario, and it's like, look, I'm still gonna go see it. I still think it'll be a great watch. It's coming out like right around my son's birthday too. So
I think for me, what is it? If you look at the big picture, though, I think the root of half of these problems is just a Mario movie in general. How do you make a Mario movie when the story of all the games is princess been kidnapped and all that, and it's like, okay, and then the whole game is you just bouncing around and then
yeah,
hitting Koopas.
I think there is a
Well, I mean, how do you make a
potential
Sonic
problem.
movie?
Well, I
You
think there
don't.
is. I think there. Well, see,
oh,
this
those
is
were
where the
so-
isekai aspect came in, right? So I do think that there is I think there's a great likelihood that the movie is going to be a bunch of meta references. Like at the end of the trailer, you see Luigi in what might be considered, him running into like a mansion, so to speak, or running away from not necessarily ghosts and stuff, but like like the more ghouly themed Koopas,
Yeah, the dry bones.
Yeah, the dry bones. That's the word. So it does kind of seem like they're doing sort of these almost meta references to the games, where I don't know, we might get a line about Mario missing or just some shit. I feel like there's going to be a temptation to lean heavily into that because you're exactly right. Like the story of the game is Rescue Princess Peach. Now, I think that you could. I mean, oh god, it'd be so weird to get she's in another castle, all that. But yeah, I don't know. I think the storyline is just gonna be an adventure movie with the goal of that. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then the second thing that I was going to say was Chris Pratt doing his own voice. Like I said, I do think it is. I said earlier off podcast, but I do think he is doing obviously he's doing a Mario-ish style voice. Even in that first line you barely hear it, but it is there. And so I think people are more upset because he built it up in that Instagram post. If he had just left it alone and then people heard this voice, I think it would have been fine. But the fact that he said, "Oh no, it's going to be a thing, and like you're going to hear it, don't worry," then it built up this excitement for it.
And to be fair, when I wanted to showcase that in podcast 167, it wasn't because I cared about the voice. I actually thought it was interesting, the idea that he would steal people's wishes out of the thing. I thought that was the part about it that I thought was interesting that I wanted to share, because I just thought that was kind of like a like it was a meaningful moment for him that he shared, right? And that was the part that I was more, interested in sharing. Anyway, and I totally lost my train of thought on that as I moved.
Well, I also think that him hyping it up, if you'll call it that, and then when you get when he said Mushroom Kingdom, here we come, it felt like he didn't have much experience voice acting. Like it came off kind of flat and all that, so it doesn't inspire hope that.
Well, I mean, he voiced
you don't
in the
say
Lego
it
movie.
sounded. Hold up, it sounded a little flat. What did it sound like? Linda from Bob's Burgers. Here, allow me to play for you again. His voice.
What is this place? Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
And now, allow me to play for you the exact non-altered audio with a different animation.
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
What?
I can kind of hear it. There's a bit of a difference, though. I got it.
Yeah, but I can kind of hear it. Now it's ruined for me. Dear God.
I literally titled this part of the doc.
Oh, man.
I literally titled it. What if it?
Now you can't unhear it.
Now you can't unhear it. Yeah. So then Anime AJ had tweeted out the French dub got a killer Mario, so I'll play that real quick for you.
Royaume champignon, nous voilà!
That
So it
sounds
kinda-
like what you described before is if he got enthusiastic occasionally with Charles' voice or whatever.
Yeah. So I would be willing to bet that the French dub might just be using the cast who voices them in the games for the French releases.
It might be.
Well,
I have no idea.
I couldn't find any information about that. So, I also saw this one. If Mario sounded like this in the movie, I will quote this movie to my grave. So here, I'll play the
Mushroom Kingdom, here we come.
That was their, like, I have a couple of them, but I'm telling you, like, it is so hard to not get copyright flagged showing the stupid trailer. Yeah, like that was a toned down. That was exactly what we were talking about. That just happened to be this person doing an impression. But yeah, I really feel like actually it's a voice actor.
I just think that line comes off really weird because he's jumping over these mushrooms and stuff, and you don't hear the and all that, the motion. So it just sounds weird. I think it's probably because they took it from a different scene.
Yeah.
The audio.
I don't know. So anyway, so that's that. And then I just want to showcase, I saw this and I could not help but feel it was incredibly accurate. It's a good screen right here. Hold on. For fuck's sake. Could this podcast get any worse?
We're only 3 hours in. Last podcast, we were just getting to pick up.
This is why your donations are so important. For fuck's sake, what the? Okay,
Bitch, I
For
need
$1 a
you
month,
here.
you could help
you can help the internet.
AC's Facebook connection.
Okay, I've got the.
Don't let AC have to deal
Are
with
you
shitty
kidding
Facebook
me?
connections.
Did I accidentally connect to my VPN or something? Like, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. I've got an archive of it.
AC is actually not on the call. It's just he's lagged out and he's spoken. He's actually spoken all of his lines like 10 minutes ago. We're just catching up now.
Huh.
The universe really doesn't want you to see this meme.
Oh well.
Moving on from here. So I also have this one. I thought this was funny. Oh shit! Did I not upload that one? I didn't. Hold on. I will upload it now. God damn it! Now that I've ruined it for you. Giveth me a moment while I uncuck myself. Okay, here it is. I literally test uploaded all of these and it fucking kill me.
Behold, the king of the Koopas!
It's good. It's a good one.
For fuck's sake! Oh my
All
god!
of your memes are spoiled.
It's the same meme.
All your memes are belong
All
to
right,
us.
here we go. This is fucking it. Jesus Christ. Give it. God damn it. So one thing I love about YouTube is when you open up a YouTube video, the first thing on the page that loads is the fucking video.
Yeah.
Facebook is like, the last thing I'm going to load is the goddamn thing you want to see. Twitter's the same way. It's like, oh, this image, it's a black square for an hour on your fucking phone. You know, Jesus Christ. Anyway, it's a funny image of fucking kill me. Oh my God, I will murder you, Facebook employee.
I think that just went against YouTube's terms of service.
No.
No, that's the kind of language that gets you unbanned. As long as it's directed to the employees of the
Oh my
company.
God, how? I cannot believe this. This is some trash right now.
We can squint and see it.
You
It's
can't
pretty-
squint.
I can kind of tell what it was.
Coming back to that in a moment. This person said, my dad works at Nintendo and he sent me this. So in podcast 167, you guys are talking about the fact that you were actually kind of bummed after you read the cast list to find out it's a CGI cartoon movie, right? And like the thumbnail for that video was a picture of Chris Pratt and Charlie Day with the Mario mustache and a hat photoshopped onto them. And it's like the idea of the live action Mario movie with John Leguizamo and Bob Hoskins or whatever. It's like if we got that again, but with Jack Black as Bowser and fucking Chris Pratt as Mario, could be actually way funnier.
That movie is just like painful to watch. It's one of the grossest looking movies I've ever seen.
Yeah,
too.
hard disagree.
Sacrilege. That movie is the best movie ever.
You know what's
Well,
hard
that
to watch
fungus
is
looks
Facebook
gross.
not loading.
We get it. It's Goku. Jack Black
No,
as Bowser.
You have
Super
to
Saiyan
see
Goku.
it.
Chris
Because
Pratt as Mario.
It's
Derpy.
it's a super derpy image of Goku.
I can kind of tell
Anyway.
that just from the blurry image, honestly.
Yeah, well, I guess that's all you're gonna get. Facebook hates you and wants you to die, and hates this podcast.
Facebook sucks, anyways.
All right. Anyway, any more thoughts you'd like to share about like how do you think they're going to incorporate Donkey Kong and all that? Do you think it'll just be another meta reference to the?
It'll be a cameo.
stage?
They'll be like, remember Donkey Kong? But
I hope he plays a decent little part, but I don't think he'll be a major role.
Yeah, they could pull like.
let me guess, he's
what was
gonna
it?
throw a barrel down something. Oh.
No.
Well, no,
Wreck-It
that's
Ralph?
Cranky
Oh,
Kong
he-
though. Like
Yeah,
technically,
but Cranky Kong is
canonically.
also in it.
Yeah, I know, but like the one who threw barrels, that was canonically Cranky Kong, but also questionably canonically because the Mario versus Donkey Kong series features that, and we still have no fucking idea where that it goes in the timeline at this point.
Do you know that there's a character in it named Spike that seems to go back to like one of the earliest renditions of Mario?
Yeah, Wrecking Crew specifically, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly,
That
which
was
is
like
kind of a
the
wild
boss.
throwback.
Right? Yeah. So it's
It's
gonna
also
like
the
I
character
said.
from the movie.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. I think it's going to be a huge.
No,
you
from
mean
the
like-
first
you mean
movie.
the Bob Hoskins movie.
Yeah,
It is
Yeah.
Bob Hoskins, right?
yeah.
If I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. Okay.
He died
Um,
like 8 years ago, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Also, I was looking up the cast for Super Mario World 3 TV.
Fortunately, hold on. Fortunately, he died before he was upstaged by the Mario movie.
Yeah, I was
Oh my
looking
gosh.
up the cast of like the Super Mario World movie or TV the two TV series or whatever,
Yeah.
and
There's
both of them
3
have
series.
died or whatever.
Yeah.
3 series. and both actors have died.
Look, I don't know if you remember what the Super Mario Brothers Super Show actor looked like, but that guy
wrestler.
wasn't living past the last episode.
Yeah. I sent one in the private chat. It says it's like Super Mario World TV or whatever. And it's like Captain N and the new Super Mario World.
Mario was in Captain N as his own character, was he not? Or am I misremembering that?
I never watched that show, so
Well,
I
he
don't
looks
know.
think-
way healthier than I remember.
think Toad was.
I remember watching the Super Mario Brothers Super
He looks
Show.
pretty good for being dead, am I right?
Yeah.
Maybe not Mario. I don't remember.
I mean,
yeah,
I
there was-
remember there being a couple of shots where it was like a close up on him, and he just looked like you remember in Speed Racer when you first get introduced to like Pop's Racer or whatever, and he's talking to Trixie when like she first gets introduced to him when Speed and Trixie are still kids, and he's like, "Is that right, little lady?" And it's like his fucking eye is doing this weird twitch, like he can't keep his eye open for some reason. And it's like, oh man, he is old as fuck. He's gonna die soon. Like, just the look of
Man.
that's what I feel like I remember seeing with the Super Mario Brothers Super Show guy. But apparently, he looks like markedly better in all the images I'm seeing here. Maybe I'm thinking of a different live action rendition of Mario that wasn't from the Super Show and wasn't Bob Hoskins in the.
No, that's the Super Show one.
Yeah, that is the Super Show one, but that's not. This isn't what I remember him looking like. I remember him looking like he was at death's door and always super sweaty, right?
That might have been the one who they're like I don't remember who said it. It was like Mario, like actually of an actor for Mario saying, "If you do drugs, you'll go to hell before you die." And it's like, bro, what the fuck?
Right.
That might have been that guy.
I want to visit that place before I die.
Anyway, so I want to read this amazing monologue from Mirage Naruto, who says,
Well,
I actually think the Mario movie will take inspiration from the Super Show cartoon with Mario fixing a bathtub and getting sucked down the drain and winding up in the Mushroom Kingdom. And I think there'll be 7 different power stars Bowser will be after, similar to Paper Mario, or was it Mario RPG? Didn't they have the Legend of the 7 something or others? It is 7 stars, right? Okay, I could be wrong, but that's what I'm predicting. Yeah, I think that could be it. Yeah. Also, I better see him toss a penguin off a cliff.
Oh my gosh. So
I want to see. Look, this is the one piece of meta that they absolutely positively cannot cuck me on, or I will leave the movie theater mad. I need to have him sacrifice Yoshi to make a jump. Like
Oh my gosh. Oh man. By the
And
way,
are they also going to decanonize the fact that he's donkey punching him in the back of the head to get his tongue to stick out?
well, they did that a long time ago, actually.
Oh,
Like
they
they
already
stopped doing that after
decanonized
Mario
that?
World. But there's something I wanted to bring up in regards to this movie. So there was a copy pasta that went around for a while after the movie was announced, like one of those generic movie trailer things that was uploaded to 4chan. I linked it in the private chat, and reading that was like my biggest fear that was going to be real. I don't know if anybody can actually see it, but it's like it starts up with like Katy Perry or Kesha's TikTok or whatever. It starts freaking. It's all this like really generic stuff. It including
I'll
stuff
pull
like
it up in just a second.
Okay.
But go ahead and finish what you're saying. I want to address this the daisy flower. If you zoom in super close, there is a daisy flower.
That's interesting. I don't think they'll actually
She's
put her
the-
in the movie, but they should because she's the best Mario princess by far.
There's a Yoshi egg. I missed
There
that
is.
the first
Over
time.
the
Yeah,
left.
Yoshi egg right here.
there's a POW barrel.
Mhm. What is this? Is this like? Oh, this is the coin pouch from Mario Party, isn't it?
I actually
It
can't
looks
tell
like
what
a
that
coin
is.
pouch,
It
yeah.
kind of
It
looks
might
like the
be.
coin pouch, and then we've got like I like the
Cheap
flying
in the
fish thing.
There's a lot
I
of
don't-
cute details like that.
Let me know where the daisy flower is. We'll pull it up in a second. Let me Let me strap screen sharing while I pull up this 4chan link.
Oh, it is absolutely like the worst thing that they could have ever done. If this had been the trailer, I don't think I could have watched the movie.
This summer, everyone's favorite plumber is coming to the big screen. Cuts to Bowser, voiced by Adam Sandler. What a bummer. Kesha starts playing Wake Up in the Morning, feeling like I'm P. Diddy. You want to go? Go ahead.
No, I just
continue.
go ahead.
I can read it if you want.
Go ahead, random.
Okay.
Mario wakes up giddy for the morning as Peach is carried away in the distance. His alarm is still going off, and he can't hear her. Scrolls through some messages, looks up as he's about to read, Princess Peach kidnapped. Remember to take up Luigi, whose alarm... Does it mean wake up? Remember to wake up Luigi? Whose alarm is the local radio.
In other news, Princess Peach has been... Okay. Sorry, are you reading it off of your own screen, or are you trying to read it through this?
No, I was reading it off my own screen. I can't read shit off.
Yeah, I was going to say,
really
tiny. I was trying to help. Here, let me zoom in on here for the audience. There you go. Oh God, Mario voiced by Aziz Ansari. It's me, your brother Mario. We need to get an early start on our day if we're going to get anything done. Luigi, voiced by Owen Wilson.
Oh, God.
Just go on without me, man. That's not a good Owen Wilson. Mario.
No, Peach was kidnapped? Wow.
Wow.
I like our version of the movie better. We're not gonna see now. Mario. But together, we are the Super Mario Brothers. Without you, I'm just regular Mario Brother. Two brothers will find themselves. What? Peach is missing? Really?
Wow.
And maybe Peach. And Bowser took her? Wow, really? But first, they have to find Bowser. I know what girls like. Hold on, I gotta go back to our image here. Hold on, hold on, I hit the wrong thing. Presents a bundle of fire flowers to Peach. Fire flower? Peach kicks him in the balls. Ah, my fireball! Who might need to be safe from Peach? That's like the announcer. Peach, voiced by who do you fucking think? It's Kristen Shaw, whoever the fuck that is. I keep inviting you to go kart riding, to play golf, to parties, and even to the Olympic Games, and this is how you treat me? This summer is going to be montage of a slapstick. Bowser twerking. Mario awkward. This summer is going to be montage that's pretty much the inevitable dance party ending. Toad doing a headspin. Lit! This summer is going to be montage of every time they say super in the movie. Super Mario.
Wow.
You said you wouldn't watch this duo?
Dude, okay.
Man.
I would. The thing is, okay, that would be funny. Okay, it'd be funny as shit. But here's the thing. Okay, so Sonic got two movies that people really liked. I freaking loved the second one especially. And if Mario got a movie that came out really shitty, the fucking Sonic fans would never shut up about it for the next like 20 years. They'd be like, "Oh, but what about that Mario movie? Sonic's so much cooler."
I gotta stop you right here. This, what we have just read, is if you take the CG Illumination movie and made it the live action movie. Like, it's literally all the energy from the live action movie. But if you made it a cartoon movie instead, it's like, what?
Except I don't think Bowser would twerk in that case, you know.
Oh boy, that's amazing. That was the greatest thing I have read in a long time. So back to I don't know where the daisy flower is, but
Under the
I'm
fish
sure
to
it's in
the right
there.
of a sign with the daisy flower.
It's what?
Next one down.
Sorry, that wasn't me clicking on it.
Scroll down.
I'm trying. Under the fish to the right is a sign with a daisy flower. Under the fish to the right.
Oh, is that the next, right above the green toad's head?
Is he talking about literally right beside Mario's hand?
That's not
That?
right.
I'm not seeing this at all.
The sign, that's a sign, right? That kind of looks like a flower.
Talking about this?
Yeah.
That doesn't look like
That what
Daisy's
he's talking
flower,
about?
though.
Oh, is he talking about this?
The mushroom shop.
Is he talking about
Okay, I
this?
guess that looks vaguely like it, but that could just be a regular flower. Like,
Well,
the
like
thing-
it's got like the pixel like edge is what I think they're.
Oh, scroll up above the green toad's head. Is that what the sign that's right there? What's that?
That's fucking fruit.
Is there
Yeah.
is there a daisy in there somewhere?
There's
No.
a watermelon, a banana, like maybe a squash and an eggplant. Giggity.
Or maybe what's the green
Get
toad?
outta
What's the
here.
green toad holding? Or nothing.
His fist.
I don't-
Could it mean like?
I don't know
this?
No,
what-
okay. It's
I think
it's
it's
green
this.
toad
above.
sign.
No. Go back. It's on the blue awning. Follow the blue awning down towards the purple toad.
Okay, you're talking about over here. This sign.
Yeah. Follow that down towards the purple toad. And then you can't see it in this quality of image, but in the top, see that white piece of paper? In the top right, there is
Okay,
a little
so-
daisy flower.
So since I'm being called out for the super high quality image that I actually fucking like took into Photoshop and ran a JPEG artifact removal and everything to improve it, I will just go ahead and find the largest image size from theverge.com, 24,000 pixels. I will update the one on the website if this one's actually
I'm
bigger.
lost here. What's the significance of the daisy flower again?
It's just
Daisy.
a little flower that proves that Daisy's in the movie.
Oh, do they mean on this?
Would that really be a shock?
That white poster in the top left corner, there's a little flower.
Oh, I see it. Oh my god. I'm zooming in on the wrong screen. Hold on. All of a sudden your guys' cameras got real big. Oh my god, again. No. Click on this one. Activate this fucker. Plus. Okay. So you're saying I already lost it. Down here. Oh
Yeah.
dear Lord. Down here in the top left corner of this little thing right here is a daisy.
Yeah.
That thing. Wow.
I feel like if that's what that is, it's a little
Click-
a little hard to see.
Click
still.
on the YouTube link I posted in chat. That's the one that Leonardo put in his chat.
Are you gonna be surprised if she is in the movie? Like, is that really a shock?
I mean, the thing is, Daisy is like one of those ancillary Mario characters that Nintendo is real finicky about whether they even consider canon or not, which is weird. And the funny thing about it is she's in a mainline game, Super Mario Land, but then they'll skip her. Like the Mario Strikers game that came out in June.
Fuck, do they have such a high quality image?
I don't know.
That's not fair.
This is
I
hacked.
don't.
Yeah, that actually does look a lot clearer, like an actual Daisy, like her insignia.
Yeah.
So
Who the fuck would look at this so goddamn close to find that in the first place?
Daisy fans are crazy. Like, I'm gonna be real with the Chief. When it comes to like people who like Mario girls, she has fans that are like beyond anything you'd ever see.
You gotta say that like Kanye. I'm gonna be with you right now. Daisy fans are the best fans ever.
Like, I'm gonna be real with you, dog. Leave Peach to Bowser.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, Daisy is the better choice, anyways, and I'm glad that Luigi gets her because
I mean, she was in the first movie. She was kind of hot.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah, well,
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they not make her in the game because she was in the movie, or did they name her after the girl in the movie?
No. Okay, so Daisy first appeared in Super Mario Land for the Game Boy, and then I guess the people who made the movie just had no idea which princess was the actual priority, and so I think they just made it Princess Daisy.
So Daisy showed up in the Game Boy one. Was that Luigi's love interest or whatever, so to speak, back then?
Well, no, that was weirdly enough still Mario's love interest in that game. Mario, I guess, just decided that he was going to go for Daisy for game.
Man. Mario's a pimp, man. He's got Daisy, he's got Peach, Paulina.
Well, actually, so even more fun fact. This isn't confirmed, but there's heavy evidence to suggest that in Mario Galaxy that Luigi actually ends up with Peach somehow. Like that they have a kid together and everything.
Oh, that's nice.
And that kid is Rosalina. It's really confusing.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, it's.
I thought Rosalina was like the elder guardian or something of the fucking other two princesses.
Yeah, she's an immortal character that completely transcends time, but she actually does have parents, and it's pretty heavily implied that it's Peach and Luigi.
Can we just nope out of that theory, please?
No, that's how it goes. I know these kind of dumb things about these games, you know.
I don't buy that one.
Just saying,
she's a giant and she's fucking heavy as shit.
In another podcast, there may or may not be a discussion on whether or not Velma is gay.
Yeah, well,
and how little it matters that cartoon characters have sexuality. But you're telling me that fucking the kid of Peach and Luigi is like some Tenchi level god shit. Like,
yeah, well, Rosalina in general is confusing as a piece of the lore because she transcends time and dimensions. Like at the end of Mario Galaxy, the entire universe ends. Okay, this is a real thing that happens. But she's aware of all of this and transcends all of it. It's fucking crazy, okay?
At some point, we're gonna learn that actually the Japanese just don't give a shit about canon at all. And we just assume that they're the world's greatest story writers, but really they just don't give a fuck about stuff.
Oh no, it's probably true. But
speaking of great story, Mirage Leonardo finishes his mythical.
I want to read it. Hold on. I want to go back to it. Okay. So I could be wrong, but that's what I'm predicting. Also, the top bang off the cliff. Daisy. Okay. So maybe Daisy is in the film. This is how the movie ends, Mirage style. Rogan Kong, whoever that is, lights up a fire plant joint. Oh, Rogan, Seth Rogen. Rogan Kong lights up a fire plant joint and tells Mario that everything is a virtual simulation. Then the screen flashes white and Chris Pratt in Mario overalls and a mustache wakes up from sleeping on the job fixing someone's sink. We see Charlie Day, Luigi, in the real world, and he says, "Come on, bro, we have a job to do." Chris Pratt says, "Be right there." He reaches into his pants pocket and pulls out a crumpled up piece of paper. The paper reads, "Thanks for playing our games, Charles Martinet and Shigeru Miyamoto." Then Chris Pratt turns to sand Thanos style. The Mario Game Over music plays and it says, "Written, produced, and directed by Seth Rogen." Followed by a DK rap feel good ink mashup during the credits.
Dude, that's
great. And the laugh in the song is just Seth Stoner. Then the movie officially ends. I haven't watched this. Oh, that's great. Luigi the Metal 64 says Seth Rogen would do his stupid laugh as Donkey Kong. Seth would be lying and laughing after being stripped naked by thieves at beside a restaurant. Santa Inc. still sucks. Wow. Okay.
That's enough, huh?
I feel like there's a whole bunch of Seth Rogen lore I don't know and haven't seen Santa Inc. to get that. Jack Black did fit as Officer Dick from Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2.
Okay.
Officer
great.
Dick's in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1? Sup, guys? How's it going?
Real quick, I got a split.
Okay,
said
get
you
the
got
fuck
split
out of here.
An hour ago.
Jesus, man.
I just
be
think that
consistent for once in your life.
I just think that the future of the movie or of what it could be is like I just anticipate a lot of Hollywoodisms, like everything is a quip and all that. You know, I doubt that it's going to be that great. I didn't have hopes for it to begin with, I guess you could say, but I don't know. It does have all this. What is it?
I think it has potential.
Like there's shaders and everything. Like effects look good, but I don't know. For me, doesn't look like it's for me. Not those.
Yeah, I didn't think you were gonna like it. So get out. So if you got to leave, you can split anytime.
All right.
For a second, it sounded like you were gonna say it's not that Bowser looks like Jack Black. Jack Black looks like Bowser.
Wow. The tables have turned, haven't they? But anyway, yeah. See yas and good to see you again, Duo.
See ya.
Later,
It's nice seeing you
Ferdinand.
too.
Leave soon. Why is it giving me so many warnings?
Japan
I
had
can't
no
leave.
idea. Okay, get the fuck out of here. Toru Furuya, I guess
I'm just realizing something.
Yo.
If I'm gonna have to carry the end of the show, it's just gonna be me talking about Sakamoto to nobody else.
Hasn't nobody else watched it among our current?
I mean,
I've watched it and I've seen enough of it. I didn't finish it, but I've watched it recently enough.
We don't have to, because sorry, I don't think I let you guys in on the secret here. I have, as I said earlier, the biggest route in the history of the company tomorrow. So I actually got a split. I was just trying to get to write stuff, which I think is release news is not to write stuff, but to release news, which is the next thing.
I got everything queued up.
So the rest of the doc is pretty light. If you guys want to, but I want to get through the chat real quick. Ladybugs in the poster are from the 3D world. Oh,
Yep,
the ones on the ground.
Oh, they're actually from 3D Land originally, and then they appeared in 3D World. So,
do you think there will be the vibe set?
No, there's not. They would not even vaguely mention that. I guarantee. Even though there seems to be a recurring element of stuff like that involving Peach, because in Super Mario RPG, there's like a secret where you go into a room and you walk to the corner of the fireplace.
Yes,
it brings up.
There
Peach's
is nothing.
Question mark.
You're just assuming. See that Mario doesn't know what it is. You've just assumed it's Peach's dildo.
Hey, you know what? It led to believe it because the Toad helper, the second you pick it up, gets super angry at you, tells you to go away. Like, don't ever look in
why would Peach leave her dildo against the corner of the fireplace? It makes no sense.
I mean, I don't know.
You
Peach
never
is
heard
a
of
freak
fireside
sometimes. You never know.
You've never heard of
She's warming it.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
it can't stay warm and ready for whenever and wherever she needs it.
Turns out it's a clone of Willy of Luigi's.
Actually, oh gosh. So fun fact, I think we actually know his exact size.
This is the most appropriate podcast for you to tell us his exact size.
Yeah, so we don't know what he is erect, but because of a render for Mario Tennis Aces, people were able to calculate the size of his flaccid penis, which is 3.7 inches exactly.
Why do people waste their time with this?
I mean, why
Don't
wouldn't
act
they?
like this isn't the
Thirsty.
most important element of Mario lore we've learned to date.
Aren't you glad you invited me to this
I would-
podcast?
I would be comparing this to the charts and finding out the average length for flaccid to erect and being like, well, the calculations show that Luigi.
Well, the problem is
See,
we don't-
I thought you were going to go a completely different way. I thought you were going to say, because we covered Once Upon a Time. You're familiar with Source Filmmaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Once Upon a Time, a animator who made like porn with models of different games and stuff, he created for his Patreon and sold a dick themed after Bowser that was intended for you to put on Bowser for your porn animations. And Nintendo copyright struck him for releasing a Bowser themed dick, which indicates to me that that's canonically what his dick looks like, right?
Just like Warner Brothers copyright striking that one Chungus Bugs Bunny one video.
Yeah,
well,
so
For making
effectively,
that canon where that he rapes Elmer Fudd.
so effectively, the idea here is that it's like you've opened so many like the Luigi thing.
And it starts the line that we covered the Golden Kamuy
Right,
thing.
like right
Yeah.
before you got here, we covered that the manga author for Golden Kamuy had a fan book where fans submitted questions, and hands down, the most submitted question was, "How big are their dicks?" Right?
Oh man.
Oh my god. Okay. Luigi64 says, you can sort of see the butt in Super Mario 64. It makes sense because the Nintendo 64 uses polyhedrons. Huh. There is a Versus arcade game. Versus Duck Hunt has the bonus game where you lose the bonus for shooting the hunting dog. That fucker that laughs at me when I miss, fuck that dog. That, I gotta tell you, that's one of the most frustrating games because the stupid light gun never seems to work. You
Yeah, well,
could be
especially
right
not
up
now.
against the fucking screen.
Yeah, well, especially not on modern displays. It was only ever
Mhm.
designed for tube TVs.
Yeah. People are like, yeah, just point it into a light and pull the trigger. You always like that fuck didn't work. No, shit, it didn't work at all. Rogan Kong meme. Wait a minute. What is this? I can't open this, but I'm gonna find a way. Oh no, I have to go to Twitch to open this one. Just a moment. I gotta know. I haven't copyright tested it, but I still gotta know. Except I can't see the stream chat. It's showing me nothing, so I guess I'll never know. I'll have to type it in later. Anyway, get your hands off my banana. Is Princess Daisy in the Mario? Yeah, in the original one. This is the thing we just looked at, actually, that you had sent. Yes, okay. Under the fish to the right is okay. We looked at this YouTube. I will find that higher resolution one, and I will update what's on the podcast at some point. Okay, all right. I think Super Mario here. Okay. Did you see AI art can't be copyrighted?
That DM did a bad one.
I did not.
Should be Super Mario Hose.
Gosh.
This was actually ruled on a long time ago, like probably a year ago now. In the U.S., AI can't be copyrighted because it doesn't have. In order for someone to have a copyright, it has to apply to a person. Similarly, they ruled way back when. You remember that story of the monkey that stole the camera and took a selfie?
Yeah, took the selfie.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
PETA was claiming that he owned the monkey owned the copyright,
Monkey owns the copyright to his own selfie.
and the photographer or the person who owned the camera claimed he owned the copyright. And the court said, no one owns the copyright because it was the monkey that took the picture.
It's like nobody
therefore,
owns this. No, you owe the monkey
royalties.
$10 million for you.
So similarly,
you can deposit in his simian account.
Yeah, similarly, AI being the monkey can't own a copyright. However, obviously it's going to be fought in court because there's an argument of whether or not your text input counts as creative input. And is the AI a tool, or is the AI the thing that is making...
I don't understand. Is Nintendo being accused of using AI to generate content?
So if it's created via AI, Nintendo can't get copyright.
Because
I don't know.
First read this, I thought this was in reference to the fact of the dick for source filmmaker. I thought that this was referencing that Nintendo can't copyright strike you if you use AI to generate the Mario themed artwork.
Well, okay,
but I don't think that doesn't make any sense. And then I read it again, and it says Nintendo can't get a copyright for creating it via AI. Like they can't copyright something they created via AI.
Yeah, I mean,
dick.
In theory, although if they create, like I don't know if they've created anything with AI, but if they did, most likely they would use it as a starting point and then build off of it. So then they would get the copyright on that, and they would never share the source thing that they don't own the copyright to. They just delete it. So
the cool TT says yes, it was a reference to dick.
Oh, okay.
But the thing is that person there was no AI about it at all. The person created the thing, in Blender or something, and was selling it because if you funded him on Patreon, you gained access to be able to download it, right? But the funny thing is that after Nintendo sent the cease and desist and all that, he just made it available for free instead of selling it, right? He's like, you cannot sell this Bowser dick. And they're like, okay, it's free.
There might also be a trademark issue on that as opposed to a copyright issue.
Interestingly, this makes me realize that I haven't seen any bombs in the... Mirage Leonardo says, I'm actually hoping for a live action Mario Easter egg in the film. And there's no bombs. I haven't seen any bombs yet. So
how about Bullet Bill?
Yeah, or a Bullet Bill. Although we've got something like a flying block up here. It looks like a block with wings.
It might be.
Yeah, a floating question block.
Yeah, with the wings way up here.
Yeah,
looks like it's got to be a massive one for it to be that big all the way over there. Anyway, oh no, I never noticed you actually do see Peach in the stained glass thing.
You got the mural and everything.
I still wish there was a front lake with a waterfall coming down off that thing, so that it more matched the 64 castle.
Yeah, that would be cool. Although they keep changing what the actual castle and what the area outside the castle looks like in every game it's presented in for some reason. So don't know why.
Yeah, what'd be great is when he finally gets up to the castle and there's like a fucking God damn it! This would have been way funny if I didn't slow it down. If he gets up to the castle to try to rescue the princess, and a fucking trophy award ceremonies happening in the backyard for the go-kart race.
Oh my gosh,
that'd be fucking great.
So it's got so many meta references that it's just not even a good movie anymore. It's just like, oh my God. Like that was funny like a half hour ago, but now it's just too much.
I genuinely hope this movie is good at the end of the day.
I think it's I'm not touching it. Okay. All right. So I got to run and grab some melatonin and start preparing for bed because I have, again, a massively huge day tomorrow. Dua, I'm so glad you were able to join us. The copy pasta, your impression of Mario, all of it was wonderful. The lore about Luigi's dick, I don't know what was my favorite part. Like, That was fantastic. We'll have to have you on again sometime when I can be here for more of it. But I gotta split because I gotta go to work. in a
All
few
right,
hours.
sounds fine to me.
Love you guys. Have a good show without me.
All right.
Bye.
We don't love you, but okay.
I love-
Oh well,
Jeez.
thanks for the $10 super chat.
You're welcome.
Take it easy, guys.
Take it easy.
Oh yeah, all the prompts. FDM was right.
Nice.
Close the fucking tab.
Can you guys? hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
I can.
we
yeah.
can.
Okay, cool.
I am also going to peace out.
Yeah, if we're done
It's-
with the Mario movie, I'm gonna head out because I don't know much about anime anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'll see you guys.
All right.
Yeet.
Yeeted himself a little early. All right, yeah, I'm also gonna go. Yeah, I was considering waiting until the Astro Res thing, but nah, it's 2 in the
You're
morning. So.
not too far away from here now.
Okay, we'll go to the Astro Res thing. Let's go.
I need somebody to bounce off of it because I don't give a shit about it at all. And FDM's not here. So if you would stay, please do.
Let's do it.
I'll speed run through this. So Seven Seas continues Wonderful One Days for October with a license announcements. So Shibanban, super cute doggies, whatever. My stepmother and stepsisters aren't wicked. And the Dragon King's Imperial Wrath falling for. Oh wait, am I not screen sharing?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm on
You
one
are full
screen. So
screen.
you have to tell me if I'm not doing something right. Randomly.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, the Demon King's Imperial Wrath falling in love with the spookish princess of the Rat Clan. That's a mouthful. That's a Seven
That's a
Seas.
name.
The Young Press has Sugar Apple Fairy Tale manga. Is it wrong to try and pick up girls in a dungeon? Familia Chronicle episode Freya manga. Jesus Christ. Spy Classroom's short story collection novel. The Witch and the Night Will Survive. Sasaki Amiyano First Years novel. Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop novel. Words Bubble Up Like Soda Pop manga. Reborn as a vending machine, I now wander the dungeon manga. What's Wrong with Secretary Kim? Horimiya Memorial Book, page 100. Okay, and then Viz. We've got Chainsaw Man, Buddy Stories, original concepts. Okay, yeah, Buddy Stories. Poppy Pesuyama's autobiographical tale confronts the traumas of whatever.
Okay.
Pesuyama's autobiographical tale.
You didn't need to read.
Here's the title. Until I Love Myself: A Journey of Non-Binary Manga Artists. There it is. That's
It's a trans thing. Like we don't. Weird.
I'm getting the titles up.
Yeah, although, actually, sorry, I really hate to go back to this, but scroll back up. So this is a Japanese thing. That's weird. So there's a gender dysphoria and work sexual harassment. Weird. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Does it surprise you?
That's coming from Japan. Yeah.
Heart Gear. Yeah. And then Marvel's. Where the fuck is the title? Marvel Comics, a manga tribute, I guess. What is it? Snicked? Wolverine Snicked?
That's Wolverine shit.
And then Dark Gathering, I guess. Yeah. Wolf Girl and Black Prince. The Gangster's Guide to Housekeeping.
Oh, dude, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. That sounds fine.
Housekeeping?
Demon Slayer Coloring Book 2.
I didn't know there was a 1.
Yep. Like a Butterfly, I guess. That's the name of
I
this
don't know
one.
why, but I thought that was the girl from Your Lie in April for a second there.
Spider-Man Fake Red. And where's Akane Bashi? I guess.
I mean, interesting art.
They need to make their titles easier to distinguish from a paragraph.
The pink hair, like, tip thing. Cool, I guess.
Soichi Junji Ito story collection.
Creepy.
Disney Mirrorverse, that's easy to read. Art of Demon Slayer. Okay. Chainsaw Man, creator, blah, blah, blah. Goodbye, Airy, I guess. Oh, yeah, Saturday Night Airy. Candy Flurry. NieR, Way the Martial Artist.
Looks like an interesting character design.
PPPPP, I guess.
Gross.
Piano.
That's not what I think of when I hear PP.
Yes. Okay, so this was pointed out. I saw this on a Facebook group, and they posted this on Twitter. So the when Marnie Was There steelbook, which just came out, does not have a title on the spine.
Oh, that is infuriating.
And so obviously they tweeted it at GKids. The new When Marnie Was There steelbook locks the title on the spine end label, which is present on the rest of the series. I believe it's possible this print. Ironically, Marnie was not there.
Rip,
Yeah.
Marnie not there.
And then, of course, we got the response from GKids. This was a printing error with our initial batch of units. You can get a replacement by contacting info@shockfactory.com. So
Nice.
Now that you know it's a printing error, though, do you really want
and
to
I
send
noticed that Right Stuff they had it in stock, and now they're showing it as not in stock. So I don't know if they canceled shipping out this initial
Probably.
shipment at this point, after they're getting like so many complaints or.
It's going to be a lot easier to deal with them rather than the consumer.
Saying, hey, stop shipment. We fucked up.
That person has a lot of unopened steelbooks.
Oh, no, that was in a cardboard box. So apparently they just got that in. That's not what I want.
Still a lot
Control
of steelbooks.
shift tab. There we go. This is a cardboard. Looks like a cardboard box.
Not to me. Looks like a shelf. Looks like a wooden.
Yeah, it
wooden
looks like a
shelf.
wooden shelf.
Yeah, but why don't you have? I mean, it makes sense, but having it.
Yeah, I'm seeing like grains and shit.
Yeah. I've seen that too.
Yeah.
I was assuming it was like they bought all of these at once because I noticed that a bunch of them were in stock and Right Stuff now. But anyway, okay, yeah, you're right. So these are the new Right Stuff solicitations. So Henkei Shoujo came up, and most of you guys probably recognize this from One Frame. Pre-order bonus to get these postcards. And the One Frame we're talking about is this one.
Oh, that one. Oh,
No.
I've seen that clip. I've seen it.
I do not recognize.
I do.
It's a viral video. But this show is like 5 episodes, only 6 minutes total.
Oh, and it has an English. Damn.
And the English dub, it comes with the actor commentaries, character commentaries, blooper track, music videos.
Well, shit. I might just buy this just for that.
So, $13 for that.
Damn. When's it going? Oh, the 11th. Okay.
All right. So,
Or-
Demon Slayer Entertainment District arc.
All right. Pull out your kidneys.
It's not a movie,
The
so therefore
Aniplex
it's the same
edition.
size.
The
How's the other
Aniplex
one
edition is
series?
out, and it doesn't match the other ones with the spine.
I don't know who would want to buy it from this when they could get it
Wait.
the other way.
The one they're selling on Aniplex looks different than this one.
No, the previous TV series sets have a different looking spine for the the way Demon Slayer is shot. Hold on, gotta write stuff and all.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna stop at the 2. I don't think the main box art looks good. I think the internal art looks okay, but I don't need it, and I don't need the stupid pamphlet things. Like, fuck out of here.
See the spine here? How it's Demon Slayer and then like all straight across, and then.
Oh yeah. I guess they just wanted to use up the extra width.
Yeah.
So they changed how the layout of the text was.
I'm guessing the extra width is because of these things, but like this one's got a booklet too, and postcards.
Well, the individual DVD things are thicker, right?
Well, I would imagine one is a 3-disc case and the other is a 6-disc case, and the Aniplex ones aren't really that much different, unless they're like combining. What we got 9, so it'd be like 4 and 5, and then they'd be the same, I guess. I don't know. So,
I don't need pamphlets. I'll get the standard release. Although the internal cover art does look cool, so
yeah, these do look really nice.
But you don't see it on the show. Kind of bummer.
It's just the Japanese Blu-ray covers. Same with this one. All right, and then we got Discotek announced their December slate. So we've got Machine Robo Battle Hackers Blu-ray, standard definition, sub only. And then Project Akos 3 with a new artwork.
Whoa, she got older.
No. They're all
She looks older. I don't know.
Who? Aiko?
Yeah.
And they're all still in high school. It's just the clothes. Lupin the Third, Farewell to Nostradamus. Which
Bye-bye, bitch. You didn't predict this.
I'm personally very excited about this because now, with the exception of Lupin the Third, the First, Discotek has released everything that has been released in the States.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. I've got to get on this series like heavily. I have fallen way. Yeah, I know. I've fallen way behind.
Some stuff is already like the Film Conspiracy DVD is out of print. Yeah. The original Part 1 DVD set that was sub only, but has the 2 pilot films is out of print. Which is the only reason I'm keeping that set, even though the series on Blu-ray is on Blu-ray, because they didn't have they didn't have those pilot films on that first season set.
Yeah, I always find myself cucking myself anytime I hear sub only.
And Sayuki Reload Burst OVA series on Blu-ray.
I know someone who's getting that.
Female Yakuza Tale, Inquisition and Torture Blu-ray.
What the fuck?
This is a live-action movie.
Well,
from 1973.
Jesus Christ.
They did say they were going to start a live-action label called Nihon Nights. So this is going to be under that. Okay. And then the big one, Digimon Season 1, English dub.
Yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Does it encompass the first complete season, as in like it's like what's 80 some episodes?
54 episodes.
All 54. Okay.
And then here's the stuff we got about after that, looking at the after res comparisons. So
you guys tell any difference?
This is the old one. I'm gonna move that up here. So 4 and come on. There after.
Yeah. So I've been playing around with like upscaling for the clips channel And like upscaling AI is crazy how well it can generate like good quality images. But there's always these little artifacts that it leaves behind that I don't know, I guess I don't know if I've become more sensitive to them now that I've done it. I've used it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
You notice it like on Izzy's eyes and on Tentamon's eyes. Actually, on basically everyone's eyes here. They get weirdly like the lines taper weirdly, and the shapes aren't quite fully.
I think this is because it's like in the heat haze. That's why everybody looks kind of wobbly.
No, it's just an artifact of the AI thing. I like if you look at the picture pre thing, like they are obviously exhausted. But the thing I'm talking about is just an artifact. If you actually go back to the first images, on Tai, you can notice. Look at below his, like on the left side of his face, our left side, right? There's a shadow at the bottom of his cheek. Now, if you switch to the next image, you can see the AI actually tried to make that a line. Like it thought it was a line, right? So
we can kind of see a little bit of a shadow here.
Yeah. No, there's definitely a shadow. But at the top of the shadow, it thinks that's a solid line. So it tried to make a line and it weirdly tapers off.
Well, I mean, I would imagine because that's kind of how the shape of your face would look.
Yeah, but in the actual anime, they didn't have a dark line above the shadow. It was just a single color shadow, right? It did it to Izzy's eye on the right side of his face, on like from our perspective. You can see the dark shadow beside his eyeball there as well. On the edge of the shadow, there's a dark line, and that's just an artifact of the upscaling process that it does. It sees the contrast between the two colors and thinks that there's a line that it needs to fill in.
Right.
But yeah, so I mean, there's definitely artifacts, but I think overall it still looks really good. Way better than
incredible. Like this is supposedly the Japanese Blu-ray.
Yeah, way better than that for sure.
This is incredible. I mean,
I'll take it.
Like I wasn't really tempted to get it just because I'm how much of a completionist I am. Like if I was gonna get this, I would want like 2. I would want Try. I would want the Last Evolution. But I mean, pushing Try and the Last Evolution because they basically break continuity. From after season 2. Like if I could get, if Discotheque will just give us 1 and 2, I most likely will pick this up. Just for nostalgia, because this is like the first, like before I even knew what anime was, this was my first like real anime obsession as a kid growing up. Like I love this show.
Yeah, this was a first for a lot of people. It was a damn good one too.
And I'm sure I also watched like Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z and Saturday morning quote unquote cartoons.
Yeah, but this was the shit for you.
Yeah, this was the shit.
Yeah.
Like I still remember the first episode I watched was when Tentamon first digivolved into Kabuterimon with Andromon. So that's it. So that's it for that.
I think I'll be getting the like up until Tamers or whatever.
I'll just get 1 and 2 because 2 capped it off. It was like that was the end of the series to me.
2 like
2 had a really good closing to it.
2 is like Davis, right? That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then they fast forward at the end to when they're all adults and have kids of their own.
Yeah,
they still have the Digimon.
Yeah,
because
so
when you go,
that's also where I would get to.
When
like,
you go
I would
into
stop before they get to like Tamers and all that shit.
When you go into the next season, the 3rd season, they act like all that was just a TV show. Yeah. Okay. All right. Continue. What's next?
And like Try basically, especially with how I don't want to spoil it with the Last Evolution. They basically overwrite all of that entirely.
Tell me about it.
So, I'm gonna open up these tabs real quick. And I have been given the green light to push the watch club to next week to have more people to talk about it. So
Yeah.
I am going to do that. So if you want to support us, we have Stealth Weeb. Got a bunch of different, clothes from different anime series. If you're into that kind of thing, I have 2 things from this, and both of them have been taken off because the fulfillment center was told not to make them anymore.
Oh God.
Because of like copyright stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And we also have the shop with some podcast merch, obviously with more to come. Ooh. I don't want to allow ads on this site. Is it going to block the images because I have ad blocker on?
Probably.
For fuck's sake. What do I turn off? You block Origins off, so it must be ad block plus. Fine. Okay, so Google Japan creates the Key Bou, an insane and quote-unquote logical straight bar keyboard. So unless you're a cat, there's actually a lot to like, as long as you're okay with puns and craziness. Until now, we've been focusing on only the key part of the keyboard, explains Hiroyuki Komatsu, a software engineer at Google Japan. But we start to think that we should be looking at what comes next. It's the shorter design philosophy you'd expect from a company that prides itself on innovation. The conclusion they arrived at, though, is anything but expected. In Japanese, the word for keyboard is written like this. The first part means key, so Komatsu and his fellow design team members looked at what literally comes next. That part means board, but because of the characteristics of Japanese pronunciation, is actually pronounced bow. So it just so happens it is also the indigenous Japanese word for stick, which is how Google Japan's newly invented keyboard ended up like this. The Key Bou, or Gboard bar version, as Google Japan also calls it, tosses out the familiar rectangular keyboard layout and instead puts all the keys in a line. This isn't a partial limited use keyboard. It is like a 10 key or numerical pad input either. The Key Bou is a full keyboard with every key you need for any and all applications.
Just really awkwardly laid
This
out.
is over
Hunt and pack, motherfucker.
I mean, they've got this thing. This looks like a friggin' parody. I don't know if it...
I mean, so
It's amazing.
They've got apparently it's you 3D print these and put it together yourself.
So you have to own a 3D printer before you can own this.
Yeah.
Just buy a regular ass keyboard.
But like the absurdity of this.
Did you guys used to have Daily Planet on your Discovery Channel in the States there?
I never watched the Discovery Channel, so I wouldn't know.
I remember that being mentioned, but I don't remember watching it. I couldn't say.
So there was this program, at least in Canada, on the Discovery Channel called Daily Planet. And I believe it was in the States as well. But one, they were, technology, that kind of stuff. Variety show, I guess. But one week they did this special where they went to Japan, and it was called Daily Planet Japan Week, and they did a ton of different stories on a bunch of different things that from Japan, like robots and sumo and the first 4K TV, and capsule hotels, all that kind of stuff. One of the things that they did was this story on this like impractical inventions. There's apparently this, from what I remember, there's this like ethos, I guess, in Japan of like creating these weird impractical inventions. So this guy created like a hat that is also an umbrella. And he created like mittens that were mops, so you could walk around on the floor and mop your floor.
Dust mops.
That's hilarious.
I can't remember all the stuff he made, but like this is what that is reminding me of, or whatever. Anyway, you know what I mean. It seems like it's an impractical invention. It still works, but it's just impractical, and it seems to embody the ideals of that, whatever that ideal was that they were talking about in that video segment on the Daily Planet.
And look how far apart you have to be if you have the freaking thing. I mean, it's 65 inches long.
Damn.
I mean, that's 5'5". Or no, I mean 6'5". Wait, no, 5'5".
Yeah, it's 5'5".
Yeah, 5'5".
But the thing is that's got to be awkward. You need two people to type on it efficiently.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I'm 4'10", so my arm reach. I can't reach from one end to the other.
Also, let me put it like this. Let's just say you were gonna play this damn thing like you would a guitar. It's still fucking awkward. Like, what are you supposed to do?
Imagine trying to game with this thing.
Alt F4 would be a pain in the ass.
So it's apparently called Chindogu. I'll put it in chat for people that want to
Chindogu? What's
Google
that?
it. But the definition on Google is the practice of inventing ingenious everyday gadgets that seem to be ideal solutions to practical problems, but which may cause more problems than they solve.
Yeah.
I don't see where anyone would think this is a solution to a problem.
Yeah.
Just saying, I'm just saying from the very definition, this doesn't seem like it fits.
Well, the problem is I need to type on a keyboard.
Yeah.
Huh?
Right? The problem is I need to type on a keyboard. That's the problem that it's solving.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Being a keyboard.
I guess it solves that.
This is throwing how using home drilled into you in like 5th grade, 4th grade, whatever, using the home road to learn how to type. This is just like throwing all of that out of the window and making it even harder to type.
Well, I mean, you get the benefit of what this picture is showing. You get two people on the same keyboard.
Look, if you're trying to game with this, maybe.
But you have to be at the exact same wavelength and not fuck up your timing.
Yeah, just get good, scrub.
So wait a minute, is this gonna be like an Olympic sport now? One of them gets the high end of the
co-op
keyboard,
typing.
one of them gets the low. Is he using that as a sword?
Well, I also I read elsewhere, but this thing is not very strong. It can only, like, depending on how you print it or whatever, you can only, like, the weight it can like substantially hold is only the amount of like 3 t-shirts.
I just realized this thing is taller than my landlady. That is amazing. Like, it's how okay. I don't know why I don't know this number, but I don't know how many keys are on a standard keyboard. But does it still have the 2 enters and double shifts and stuff too? Or is it singled?
I mean,
I'm honestly curious now.
the space is up here, and like this looks like the space.
Is the space just a tiny key? or is it
No,
a
it's right here.
an actual bar?
It's an elongated key, like the
wow!
regular.
I didn't see me with that.
Looks like it's about
This is so
not
dumb.
off center to the left, I guess, or right, depending on how you look at it. I don't know.
Okay.
I wonder if I can. Oh, Jesus Christ! That's all they're gonna give me. Hold on. I can't read shit off of this.
What is wrong with them? Well, if you spend like $200, $300 on a 3D printer, you can turn around and make your life a living hell trying to use this to type out all your work documents.
It just seems so unnecessary.
Nah, man. This right
Anyway,
here will get you girls. Just pull this
unless
thing out.
anybody else has anything to say about it, I'm gonna move on.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, so on a spy mission to uncover Spy Family TV anime's Anya and these ice cream sandwiches. So they're selling these ice cream sandwiches, and if you win, you get to break your teeth on a USB drive. That apparently that looks like it has pre-recorded line or like lines from the show of just Anya on it. So that's a thing.
Seems pretty cool. When I was a kid, they used to have this contest for milk cartons.
Oh
You
yeah.
get like a little 200 milliliter milk carton, and when you open it up and you like peel the cardboard open, it would trigger a little speaker like you'd see in like greeting cards, that would play a mooing sound. It would go moo, and that would tell you that you won.
Mhm.
And you could win various things between like just a free milk or up to like a car. They had like a liquid in there so you could, not shake it and tell that it's an empty carton.
But imagine buying a milk carton and you get that and you want milk.
Okay. Also,
I'd take a car over one carton of milk.
Okay, I also have a comment here. Okay, this is supposed to be an ice cream sandwich, right?
Mhm. So
Okay.
obviously this is the ice cream that's being.
Yeah, I know,
posted.
but listen. Let's just pontificate this for a second. You know how you tell them all apart? You just unplug the freezer. The one that doesn't melt is the winner.
The way it's packaged, it's kind of hard to do that.
I mean, ice cream.
But also, I think the store owner might complain
they're
at
gonna
you if
be
you
doing
unplug
the
his
shit
freezer.
that what the fuck are you touching my freezer for?
Oh, you think if they
Also,
were
ice
crazy
cream
fans, they wouldn't do it
how
themselves?
long does ice cream take to melt? And
Those
then you have
kind of
to-
ice cream,
like
10 minutes.
if it's if it's real ice cream, if it's like the shitty fake like
Yeah, which is
frozen
much like what
milk
it is.
product, it could take like hours.
Yeah.
So
Which
so
is
just
much
verifying
like
that
what
is
this
not
kind of stuff
in
is.
any wise food, the one that it comes in, right?
We don't know.
Okay,
don't
I'm
think
just
it's
curious now if they've like got 2 wafer cookies and a plastic case around it. Oh well.
Anyway, energize your. Okay, so Bleach. So Coca-Cola is telling you to drink bleach. That's the joke. So energize your soul
That's
with
amazing.
I want to
Coca-Cola
try this. I hope it comes to Canada.
Soul Blast. Just
I
blast
bet you it only comes to Japan or Asian countries, and we don't get it.
Yeah. So they got this thing that. I'm gonna mute that.
You didn't mute it.
So yeah, that's all that they got there for that. But
yeah.
a Bleach
They-
collaboration with Coca-Cola.
They put out a special flavor here in Canada called the marshmallow flavor. And I was like, oh, that sounds pretty good. I want to try a marshmallow flavored Coca-Cola. So I went to the store and bought it. And it turns out it's not marshmallow flavored. It's marshmallow.
Yeah,
the DJ
just like-
had a
Yeah.
special strawberry watermelon flavor.
Uh-huh.
And it tasted like ass.
Yikes.
And then later on in the summer, that was earlier in the summer, and then later on in the summer, Pepsi came out with a thing that said that they are actually doing a watermelon Pepsi flavor and a s'mores Pepsi flavor,
Ew.
but that's not coming to Canada. So I don't
That
get to
watermelon Pepsi might be good considering the kind of fruity taste. Well, I mean, the last time I tried any like special, I said like again, any special Coke or anything was like cherry Coke. And when they
Cherry
did-
Coke is awesome. What's wrong
yeah,
with
but
you?
I
Cherry
didn't
Coke is
say it
really
was
good.
bad. I'm just saying that's the last time I tried it. I don't
You've
drink
mentioned
soda.
it. You must therefore think
said,
it's bad.
You said tried. That means you don't drink it on the regular.
Yeah, very very
Well, it's
true.
not-
I
it's-
don't
I don't
drink
know.
soda pretty much ever.
Yeah, I don't know about where you guys are, but up here,
Pop, whatever you wanna call
cherry
it.
Coke is not like a regular thing you can go to the store and buy.
It's
Oh,
a
it's
regular
everywhere
staple. It's a staple.
Like
The only time that I can have cherry Coke, and I usually get it, I get the vanilla cherry Coke,
Yeah,
is
vanilla cherry Coke is good.
is on the smart machines
Yeah, where you can
where you like
have all different flavors. and shit.
freestyle.
yeah, fucking suicide drink.
Yeah.
All right, nice.
I think the last thing that I tried and I absolutely hated was cream soda Dr. Pepper. Like I loved A&W cream soda and I loved Dr. Pepper, but Dr. Pepper's cream soda flavor does not taste like. Ugh, it tastes like generic cream soda. It just
They
doesn't-
had that. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember when it was, but we had a bunch of. I think we had that A&W at a gig I was at one time, and I took a sip of it. But again, not a soda drinker, so I'll shut up.
All right. So moving right along, got 2 more left. There's a convenience store made out of ice being built in Japan.
Well, that's kind of. That's gonna be hell in the summer.
This is going to be apparently in Hokkaido, which is like the north part of Japan. So it's like super like Russia level altitude, or not altitude,
Latitude.
latitude. Thank you.
Yeah, they did this in that James Bond movie, Tomorrow Never Dies.
No, Die Another Day.
Die Another Day. The one with Halle Berry.
Yeah, Die Another Day.
And that it was like a hotel or whatever, and
That
it
was a
got
hotel.
blown
So I'm
up.
guessing this is a winter
Yeah,
only
they
thing.
had the laser satellite melted.
Yeah, I count that as blown up. I'm pretty sure there was an explosion.
Someone exploded during that scene.
It looked cool and cold, and I don't know. I mean, it could be. I mean, it could be neat. Obviously, they don't have the roof being made out of ice.
Mhm.
But
Is it the okay? I'm guessing the building is a regular structure, but the inside is full of ice, kind of like a skating ring and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, that
They
makes a lot
obviously-
more sense. At least they
They
keep it cool.
obviously don't have the roof be made out of ice in case it does collapse.
Yeah, that'd be a really bad idea.
So yeah,
Severe structural integrity problems there, boys.
I mean, it looks neat for sure.
Oh, this is awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I was
It
concerned.
would be definitely a neat novelty visit kind of thing.
Yeah, no shit. Could you imagine, like, in this place, there's no need to have a refrigerator. You just walk in and set your drink down.
Yeah. I would not want to sit on a ice toilet.
Oh God! I mean,
It's
you
like-
get your tongue
imagine
stuck,
having to
imagine
take a
your ass.
crap while you're in here. It's like that's not gonna work out.
You pull up and it's like you got blood and skin left because it's just like, oh God, I wasn't supposed to sit on that.
Okay, so
Hold on. EC says that would be a cool store to visit. No.
E Castro.
Yeah. I
was
feel like
so
after that one,
fun
I ought to
for
do the
AC
whole
when we
power
found-
line thing and just drink this spray cheese.
What was that? Right, so last one.
All right.
Shiga woman defrauded 4.4 million yen by man asking for money to fly down from the ISS and marry her.
That's an expensive ticket home.
Ground control to major fraud. I'm gonna read this one. It's kind of long.
All right.
International romance scams are a growing problem around the world. This is when a fraudster assumes the identity of an eligible bachelor or bachelorette on social media and plays on people's sense of loneliness to drain them of money by asking for money or for transportation costs to meet, deal with the medical emergencies, or any other fantastical reason. And they don't get much more fantastical than a case of it that occurred in Shiga Prefecture earlier this year. According to a Shiga Prefectural police, on June 28th, a 65-year-old resident of Higashiomi City met a man on social media who claimed to be a foreign national working on the International Space Station. The woman then got into deeper communication with the man over the messaging app Line, and he began telling her things such as, I want to move to Japan and start a new life. Even if I say it 1,000 times, it won't be enough, but I'll keep saying it. I love you. And eventually, will you marry me when I come to Japan? Then, sometime around August, the man requested money to return to Earth. According to his story, life on the ISS is a pay-your-own-way deal. And he needed to cover the cost of a rocket back and the landing fees.
The fuck? Are you crying, Random 11?
No.
I heard you sniffling. I was like, what?
It was seen that neither the criminal nor the victim was aware that rockets are only used to leave Earth. Gravity usually brings people back free of charge. Complying with his request, the woman made 5 bank transfers over 5 days, totaling about 4.4 million yen, which is roughly $30,000, to cover the lover's return flight to Earth. However, when he continued to ask for money, she grew suspicious and eventually filed a police report. It's hard not to feel bad for a person who is obviously so caught up in wanting something to be true that it costs them dearly. As such, there's there's a lot of sympathy online, while others still couldn't help poking fun at the brazen absurdity of the fraud. This is even beyond an international romance scam. These criminals are getting really outlandish with their plots. An Earth landing for 4.4 million is pretty cheap.
I was gonna say that, yeah.
I think they intentionally make the story ridiculous like that, so when the victim finally does find out, they're more likely to be too embarrassed to report it. At least someone is out there trying to get married these days.
I feel so bad for her. She was played. She had probably had this whole romanticized, thing of, oh, he's an astronaut and all this bullshit, and
it's a
love
real
them for
life
who they are, not who you might think they are.
It's a real life space opera.
Oh God.
Still, I don't think that rather than living a life of cynicism, meaning someone who trusts and tries to help others, is ultimately happier. Still, I think that rather than living a life of cynicism, being someone who trusts and tries to help others is ultimately happier, even if this stuff happens. I'm gonna have to disagree with that one.
It comes by a case basis.
I wonder why 4.4 million was the magic number to get her suspicious.
God, he should have said 6.9.
Unfortunately, given the anonymity and the likelihood that the scammer, while earthbound, wasn't even in the country to begin with, justice may be very difficult to serve in this instance. That's why the Shiga police are reminding everyone that prevention is key and to never transfer money to everyone that you meet on social media.
Wouldn't the first red flag of, hey bitch, I'm in space?
Yeah.
Like, okay, that's if an astronaut or anyone is in that kind of situation, like they are already strapped with enough. Then to go, oh hey, I'm just gonna get on the internet and hit up some random woman in Japan.
Yeah. That's why the prevention and never transfer money to space. That goes doubly true for people claiming to be astronauts and famous billionaires who can't spell their own name right. What? I gotta see what this one. It's offer from Yusaku with an extra A for a whole lot of money.
So you think his Spacey's handle was?
Don't fall for the scam to go to another article.
Yeah.
Think you had the space dick?
I'm gonna turn this back on.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
Sorry, what were you saying, Lance?
I'm just wondering what his like online handle was. Do you think he was like it's space dick or something?
I wanna know, were they talking in English? Like
that's very true.
Probably not.
Because if he's speaking in Japanese or typing in Japanese, and he's saying like, "Well, I want to move to Japan,"
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
If it was all clear.
Okay, so turning uBlock Origin on doesn't give me that thing anymore that I had to turn off my ad blocker.
Yeah, it's because it's already loaded. All the ads are loaded already.
Yeah, but they're not showing. Like they had the video and picture ads up here.
What the hell? Oh, those are chats.
Most popular.
Anyway.
I'm gonna go back to this. So that's it for docs. I'm just gonna dick around and see if I can come in fresh.
Uh-oh.
And do that again.
Do we have to do this on
We're not doing
podcast?
I'm sorry. No, look at that. Didn't do it anyway. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe
Okay, it was a tutorial. It was a tutorial, Random 11.
There you go.
Short.
How to get around Sora News
Yeah.
ad block.
You block Origin and Ad Block Plus.
There you go.
This shit writes itself. I'm a genius.
All right. So for our 2 viewers who are still holding on with us, thank you for holding on with us.
You guys rock. Sorry I was late.
So we showed your picks up already, Lance. So
Yeah, I if there's many reasons why I wasn't here. One, I didn't know the podcast was happening.
well, that's on you.
I'm not gonna. We're not even gonna go there.
That's a ridiculous amount of money to lose. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, for 30,000 for a rocket flight, it seems super low. So I guess she got lucky. But yeah, sucks to lose 30,000. Hope she gets it back.
I mean, honestly, no offense to this woman whatsoever, but if you're dumb enough to do that, it's kind of your fault. And
Well, she's also 68. Like, it's not like she really needs money anyway.
Wow.
Anyway,
Dude,
so
advantage
sorry
of
to
it.
the one of you who just joined us for just ending. We will be back probably next week sometime. We'll talk about Sakamoto next week.
All right.
AC and FDM are here as well, and Greenline might have a chance to finish it.
Yeah, even though I know what happens. I've seen it enough to
have it fresh in your mind if you're.
Yeah.
I'll gladly rewatch it again.
Oh,
And
all
again.
right. All right.
Night.
Night.
Take care, everyone.